Hello. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Just want to put this on repeat. There we go. Hey to the boy and Sam Sketchy Stories, Adam Fishkin. I saw Brian McKee earlier, Pond Scum, Rockstock, the boy. Don't know if I said that already. Hey Dana, Monster Slurpee, Tridale, Indie Gotcha, HJ Fires. And who else? Monster Slurpee? Oh, I did say Monster Slurpee. Hey guys, how's it going? Oh, I need to transition to myself. There we go. Hey guys. So how are you? My internet's been very, very bad for like 3 days now. And it's something to do with the ISP, because if you check the am I down detector online, like my entire area is struggling at the moment. I don't know what's going on, but I'll stream until I can't anymore. So about an average stream for me then, not much different. But hey guys, Dana says, doing good on that Uma Musume grind. Yeah, tell me about it. That's... As pathetic as it sounds, that's like the main reason I'm aware of my internet just being very, very bad, is because when I'm doing my runs, it will keep losing connection and it will like try and reconnect itself like 2 or 3 times and then just bump me to the title screen. And it's been doing that a lot the past 2 days and I'm like, uh-oh, that's not good. So that's like my main way of being aware that the connection has not been great is because of Uma Musume. So that's been my way of detecting my internet's health at the moment. Are you going to sleep? Okay, get some sleep, Ryan. I saw you say you haven't slept in like 2 days or whatever. So get some rest. You have a talk avatar. I do. I wanted to update it to one that isn't just a little chibi. I mentioned this last time, but I just have not had time. I have been so busy. It's been really ridiculous the past week, the past month really, but really the week. We're still working on production. Just hold on, I need to sneeze. Okay, there we go. We are still on movie production, and it's been a lot, as you can imagine. So I've been so busy. I haven't had time to like check out the Knights of Guinevere episode that just dropped earlier this week. My friends have watched it already, and they've like messaged me saying they have thoughts and all kinds of things like that. I just have not had time because I'm either working, and when I'm not working, I'm like helping out my mom who's still recovering from surgery, right? And if I'm not doing that, I don't have the energy to do anything else besides like press buttons in Uma Musume or just watch like the most garbage YouTube you can possibly imagine, like reality level lol cow nonsense, because it's all my brain has left in terms of being able to process things. And with something with like Knights of Guinevere, I actually want to pay attention because it's something worth paying attention to. And I can't do that if I've been working until like 9 p.m. and I'm wrapping up for the evening to go to bed. I'm not going to sit there and watch a animated episode and like form very well, like well-informed, well-thought-out thoughts about it if I'm like running off fumes, right? So I just haven't gotten to it. And then I saw, on top of that, literally an hour before I went live, apparently the Homestuck pilot has just dropped. So I need to catch up with that as well. Which I'm not complaining, right? It's nice to have things to watch, but it does feel a lot like you're running a marathon a lot of times. Have I watched the movie Planet 51? I've heard of it. I haven't watched it though. But before I continue yapping, we need to know who we're drawing or what we're drawing today. And I thought I predicted some people might say Knights of Guinevere stuff, but I feel those designs are really, really, really detailed. And I will possibly do it in a future stream. Maybe just not right now, because again, I'm like really worn out I'm really, really tired. So I was thinking we do something a little bit more like less intensive. And because the Knights of Guinevere characters, they like really, really detailed. Not all of them, but like the main one. I think Guinevere herself has like a lot going on in her design. So I'm like scared to tackle her when I'm like sleep deprived and like running off of Pepsi Max caffeine to keep me going at the moment, right? 80s anime caricature of Freddie Mercury. Yeah, that's that sounds like a lot easier than just drawing a Knights of Guinevere character. How am I? I'm doing good. Like I said, I'm worn out. I'm very tired, but I'm doing all right besides that. Because the thing is, right, you get very, very tired working on anything animated, right? I'm on cleanup. I'm not an animator on the project itself. Like, I am and I'm not. I'm not doing the character animation. I'm doing cleanup afterwards. So I'm not doing the most intensive job on the production, but it still wears you out. However, no matter how tired you get doing animation, you do it because you love doing it, right? You do it because you actively enjoy it. And that's both a blessing and a curse. It kind of is why it leads to exhaustion and tiredness, because if it was just like a job that you did, you would clock out the second the hour hand hit like 7 or whatever it is you clock off, and then you stop thinking about it. But because I actually care about what I do, I'm like invested, so I'll keep going until I find like a natural stopping off point for the evening, which is not good. You shouldn't work like that. But again, if you make your passion your job, that's kind of the hole you fall into. And you sacrifice a lot more energy into just doing the best possible job you can, right? It's not so much doing the baseline and being that, because you know, if you work in a job that's kind of just a regular 9 to 5, why would you put blood, sweat, and tears into it, right? With animation, it's different. You're just constantly putting blood, sweat, and tears into it. Anyway, like I said, I'm rambling. I need to get drawing. So somebody said Umi Ryuzaki. That's really involved. I was thinking more along the lines, like I said, I've been just doing like Ube Musume runs the whole time. I was thinking like maybe doing Urara, because I really like her. I think she's very cute. And her design isn't like anything crazy. So that might be something we can do. I saw somebody say Homura from Madoka Magica. We can do Homura as well if you guys are interested. Or Dana says my favorite Pokemon, which is Ampharos. We could do that as well. Or any Pokemon, really, if you guys want somebody else. That'd be cool too. I'd be down for some Pokemon. Despite the shenanigans that Nintendo is up to at the moment. But, you know. I mean, everybody's saying 80s version of Freddie Mercury. What do you want from me? Like, you know what? 80s version of Freddie Mercury might literally just end up being handsome Squidward, right? Like, how is it? Oh, he's got the mustache, right? So, there you go. Are you happy now? Oh, wait, he needs the tank top. There we go. We can do Charmander. Somebody said, yeah, we can do Charmander. Don't forget the mustache. No, absolutely. Hold on. I'll just color it in. There we go. Give him the chops. There we go. There. Are you happy? Somebody said Shyman. Maybe we can do like a few. Hold on. I'll hide Freddie Mercury. We'll do Charmander because I saw that one first. Oh, you know what we can do? We can do Charmander like standing here. And then we can have like Shyman here. Like that. Like looking up at him. Something like that. Maybe we can do that. Oh, maybe I must get his fire away from Shyman. Actually, that's not a great idea. do the fire up here, maybe. Yes, like that. So it's a little away from Shyman, because Shyman is a grass type, right? If we're doing Pokemon, I'd like to put Eevee into the bar. You know what? That might also be very good. Oh, you know what? I just had an idea. Okay, let me flip the canvas because I want it to be horizontal. And we'll just flip these guys as well. The other thing I actually ended up upgrading Clip Studio Paint to version 4. I remember saying last time that I was unsure whether I wanted to do that or not. And I eventually caved and I did do it. I haven't used any of the version 4 like specific functions yet. But as I said, I've been very busy, so I haven't really been able to draw for myself much. I want to get Eevee like standing here and looking at the Shyman as well. But Eevee is quite small, so I'm trying to think how I can do that. Except if I make Charmander a bit bigger, because Charmander is not quite big, but he's a little bigger as far as Pokemon go, right? And then we can have Eevee standing here. Like over here. Something like that. Just move them down here. So yeah, we can do that. Bring back Freddie Mercury. Fine. Oh, now he's on his side. Hold on. I'll put him here in the corner for you guys. What? There used to be a function where you could just flip something 90 degrees, but I don't see it anymore. I don't know if I'm remembering Photoshop or something. I remember there used to be just flip this 90 degrees, but it's apparently gone now. So I'll just do it by hand. Put Freddie Mercury there. And I'll lock him so I don't accidentally draw on his layer. He can supervise the operations. You think Charmander is like 5 foot tall? Is he really? It's really difficult because the Pokedex will say a Pokemon is a certain height. And then in game, it won't really translate that very well. Charmander is like 60 centimeters. Yeah, that's not 5 feet. That's not even a meter. No, Squirtle. You guys are gonna make me draw like all 1,500 Pokemon or however many there are at the moment. No, it's not 1,500. They just passed 1,000. Let me just grab some references. Because it's one of those things, you think you know what a Pokemon looks like until you get the reference and you're like, wait, what? So we'll get this one. Put him there. And we'll get Eevee. The thing is as well, if you grew up with like Gen 1 Pokemon, that's kind of how you remember some of the Pokemon looking like. And they've undergone such changes since then that the way I remember them looking might not even be what they look like anymore. Like Pikachu is always the obvious one, but Pikachu genuinely looks completely different to how she used to. And I'm not just talking like the fat Pikachu thing. Like, they've completely changed Pikachu's proportions over time. Yeah, we'll just lock that so I don't draw on that layer. There we go. Ditto is 2 meters? Holy crap. Why though? And see, that's what I'm saying though. Like you just said, Ditto is supposedly 2 meters. Of course, I got the front-facing Charmander instead of the side-facing Charmander. Ditto is apparently 2 meters. And then they have that new Ditto game coming out where it horrifically turns into a semi-human-looking child. That child is not 2 meters tall. If it is, that'd be very funny, though. Can you imagine? Like, they're doing Pokemon Pokopia or whatever it's called. And that Ditto is mimicking a child, and then that child is actually like 2 meters in height. That's terrifying. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to get his like face shape. Again, I am pretty sure Charmander's face shape was far more like a triangle than what I'm seeing here. I'm sure it used to be like this shape. Maybe I'm just misremembering, but this seems a lot more Chihuahua-fied than I remember it being, which happens to like every piece of children's media that becomes like a major franchise. Like My Little Pony did that, where the ponies just became chihuahuas more and more over time. And Little's Pet Shop did that, where the animals just became more and more chihuahuas over time. It keeps happening. Anime girls. Here's a wild one. Ghastly is 1.29 meters. Ghastly, I don't know what they're doing with that Pokemon at all, because I hate how they handle, like, the purple smoke. Like, it's clearly supposed to be smoke. It's clearly supposed to be, like, phantasm, mist, smoke, whatever. But since they did the change to 3D, which I know that's where the problem lies. Everything went wrong when they went to 3D. But I don't know what they're doing with Ghastly's weird ghost will-o'-the-wisp smoke around him, because they have it as, sometimes they'll have it in 3D as like a solid object, and other times they'll have it as like, I don't know, like undulating jello around him. And it's like, guys, it's very, very clear you don't know how to adapt this character design into 3D. Maybe just go back to 2D. Just go back to sprites. We're begging you. Nobody wants the 3D. That's actually a good question. Does anyone actually want Pokemon in 3D? I have never, ever, now that I think about it, seen anyone say they want Pokemon in 3D. Now, I admit, I fell off of Pokemon around the time it made the switch to 3D, like completely. I was not into Pokemon at the time, so I completely missed that generation. But were people really asking for 3D Pokemon? Was that like a thing anybody actually wanted? Or was that one of those things where Game Freak just decided, oh, we're doing this now? And everybody just kind of had to play along because, you know, it's Game Freak. You can't exactly tell them what to do in terms of their games. They'll just do whatever they want, as evidenced by literally anything they've made in the past, like, 10 years. The only 3D Pokemon I want is augmented reality Pokemon. Pokemon, but go better. So, like what? Like Porygon, I suppose? I know what you mean, but still. It's just a bizarre thing. It's like, who asked for this? Did literally anyone ask for this? Was this like... Well, I'm saying that, but I mean, like, back in the DeviantArt days, there were people who would make, like, Unreal Engine renders with Mario running around in an empty field, and you'd find comments on those images that say things like, Nintendo, hire this man. So I suppose there were people asking for it, but the thing is, I think the internet has taught us that there is a certain amount of people within any fan base, doesn't matter what it is, that you just don't listen to those people because they don't have good ideas. And that's just reality. Some people don't have good ideas when it comes to, like, the entertainment media. They just have not good opinions, quite frankly. Because you'll have those people who'll say, no, I want this, I think this is great, and then when that exact thing comes out, they'll be amongst the people saying this is a bad idea, even though they were the people pushing for it in the first place. I personally think 3D models of Pokemon look fine, but I'd argue they look better as 2D pixel art. And that's the other thing, right? I saw somebody complaining about modern, like, what do you refer to it as? Like the new kind of like hybrid pixel art thing they're doing, which started with Octopath Travelers, and they've kind of used that for a lot of other games now. I saw somebody who was like really harping on that and not liking it at all, and I can't figure out why, because I'm like, but it looks great. I don't understand what your issue is with it. It looks fantastic. So my point is, I think that would be a very cool direction to try and take Pokemon in terms of the main series. But I just know that there's going to be a group of people where if they do that, those same people are going to complain about it and be like, oh no, they're doing the Octopath modern pixel art direction. And it's like, what do you people want? Like, what do you actually want? And I know what it is. Some people just want to complain. But I don't think it's as easy as just writing it off like that. because I think there are a very large group of people who do complain about everything, but it's not because they want to complain. They want something, and I don't know if they know how to articulate what it is they actually want. Does he stand? Okay, he's got actually very stubby little legs. His legs are very, very stubby. Let me draw it out roughly before I start adding in too much detail. Because you'll have, you know what it is? I saw a comic a very long time ago when Final Fantasy VII Remake was very first announced. Like before we saw any images, like when they had just announced it. And people were very upset about it. And I saw a comic somebody drew where it's E3 or whatever when that was still happening. And it's everybody in the crowd yelling, "We want Final Fantasy VII Remake!" And then the people on the stage unveil Final Fantasy VII Remake. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Avina. Shit, I'm tired. And then they unveil on the stage Final Fantasy VII Remake. And then everybody in the audience goes, boo! Even though it's literally the same people who were just yelling for it. Like, that is exactly what it is. Thanks so much for the super chat, Indigo. Sorry, I had to finish my thought there. I really feel this is a dating sim fan that had their genre changed to ironically appeal to people who think dating sims are cringe. Maybe. Okay, I see what you mean. That's possible, but like the person I saw complain about it, I'm not going to say who it is specifically because they're a YouTuber and I don't really like getting into petty slap fights with YouTubers, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, ex-YouTuber, blah, blah, blah. But this YouTuber who I do like, they had that to say about the style change. And I'm like, but why though? I don't understand the complaint. Like, it sounds like the kind of complaint you make when you're just tired of something being oversaturated, which I can understand. But at the same time, that doesn't actually reflect upon the quality of the thing itself. And a good example of this is, I know I've been saying this a while, but the moe anime style, right? When moe became the default anime style in the early 2000s up until the mid 2000s, maybe all the way until the start of the 2010s, people hated the moe style, myself included. I did not like the moe art style, and it was everywhere. There was like no escaping it because that was just the default anime style at the time. But the second it stopped being the default style that everybody used, it became so much more tolerable when you could go back and watch the moe shows without moe being everything. And then you can kind of evaluate and be like, oh wait, this is actually not that bad. This is actually a pretty viable art style. It's just that it was so oversaturated. I was so sick of seeing it. And I'm wondering if that might be this person's complaint, but I don't know. And I'm not going to ask them because it never goes well when you hear somebody voice an opinion of why they don't like something, and then you have some rando like me message them and be like, I want you to explain your opinion. It's like, hey, I think you're wrong. Please explain your viewpoint. Because, I mean, that's just annoying when people do that. Let me see. How do I want his little arms to go? Like that's kind of... Because he's got like he doesn't have quite T-Rex arms, but his arms are not really his strong point, shall we say. Also, I want to bring this muzzle in a little bit. It looks a bit... Oops. No, that's... And let's just push it around a bit. No, that's... There we go. But yeah, that was a strange complaint to me when they saw something that was recently announced in that like 2D art style, the pixel art style, and they were very, very upset about it, and I couldn't understand why. So yes, my opinion is that I think if Pokemon tried to go to that kind of art style, it would be, I want to say good, but I don't think Pokemon's biggest problem is just the fact that they went to 3D. I think it is one of their major problems, but I think a lot of the problems that modern Pokemon faces is so deep-rooted that simply changing to a 2D sprite aesthetic is not going to fix the bigger problems, because I think the bigger problems are so much deeper entrenched than just, oh, well, just change the art style, you know? Honestly, sometimes people just feel their feelings about things and like, that's that. I get it. I mean, I guess, but to me, I often like figuring out for myself why I feel a certain way about things, because I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, X and Y is terrible. Not Pokemon, I just mean in general. X and Y is terrible, and then when somebody asks me, oh, really, why? And then I can't answer that, and it makes me look like an idiot. I don't want to look like an idiot. That is basically my main focus in life, is to not look like an idiot, which is an impossible thing to try and achieve, but it does mean that it forces me to really look into why I feel certain ways or why I say certain things, etc., etc. And also just because I like this kind of thing. So I kind of like sitting down and kind of analyzing what it is about something that bothers me. Because it's enjoyable to me to figure out, why does this bug me so much? Why don't I like this? The problem is when you realize it's literally just like a personal bias. And you're like, oh shit, there really is no proper reason for it. It literally is just, I don't like it and that's that. It's not a satisfying like outcome to sitting down and trying to figure it out. Hey, Andrea. Been shiny hunting in Pokemon Go and I got shiny Charmander in 87 encounters. So this is where my Uma luck has went. Yeah. Oh, is Claire going? Thanks for hanging out, Claire. Thanks for joining us. Sometimes it can be hard to keep up with chat, especially when I go off on a tangent and I talk for like a solid 10 minutes on a single subject. And when I look back at chat, like, a bunch of people have left and come and gone and things like that, and I'm like, oh, I'm really behind. See, they've got his eyes like very round here as well as here, but I know for a fact that his no, you know what, I realize what I'm doing. I'm confusing it with Bulbasaur. That's what I'm doing, because Bulbasaur is the one with the very triangular eyes. Do that because he's got this a little frown line here. Because when he evolves into Charmeleon and Charizard, who have like the very pronounced frowns, and if you look at Charmander, he actually does have that. Even when they try and make him as cute as possible, he still has like a slight suggestion of the frown, so that when he switches to Charmeleon, it doesn't really come out of nowhere. There's kind of been a suggestion of it all along. Do that, and do that. His tail isn't super thick, actually. If you can compare to like his body shape, his tail is actually quite thin in comparison. I think they shouldn't have made Pokemon open world either. Like, stop trying to make everything open world. You know what I think that is? I think, and this isn't like some deep insight or anything, I think that because Breath of the Wild did so well, I think the executives at Nintendo, like the new guys they have working there, well, I say new guys, the guys have been working there for like the last 10 years. I think they are the type of executives that saw that Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild did gangbusters, and because they don't work in video games, even though they're executives of Nintendo, they're not video game people, they're business people. So then they looked at everything that Nintendo makes and they said, okay, well, Breath of the Wild did good, and it must be because it's open world. So make everything open world. Like, I'm convinced that's what it is. Like, it's literally just, oh, this did well because it's open world. Make everything open world without like any actual insight as to why the open world in Breath of the Wild did as well as it did. Like, there was an actual point behind Breath of the Wild being open world, especially because you could make a very good argument that Zelda has always been open world. Like, if you look at the very first Legend of Zelda for like the NES, you could make an argument that that's an open world game. Like, straight up, you could classify that as an open world game. So even though Zelda did move to like a more traditional linear playstyle, moving it to open world was not a major big jump. Making Mario Kart open world is possibly one of the weirdest decisions I've ever heard in my life, because I still, to this day, don't know how you do that. The game is out now. I don't own a Switch or a Switch 2, and I don't really want to. I see no reason to. But watching other people's footage, I still don't know how you do Mario Kart in open world. It does not really make sense to me. And again, I don't think it made sense to them either, because if you look at what the game looks like, the open world doesn't gel well with what the game is. Like, it's like the game is kind of at war with itself. Because if it worked well with open world, why do you have to segregate like real tracks from intermission tracks? Like I'm like, I don't understand why you did it this way. It just doesn't work. You're trying to like force a playstyle into a completely different genre that it just doesn't gel with. It's very bizarre. And again, it's very, very indicative of business decisions made by people that don't play video games and like don't understand video games, and who kind of just go, okay, well, this works, so do it here as well. It doesn't matter if the product doesn't call for it, just do it there. You know? It kind of reminds me, now that I'm saying it, it reminds me of a video I watched called Disney is the Worst Tech Company. And one of the things it pointed out was the guy in charge of Disney at the moment, or at least the guy in charge of the parks, he is super envious of Steve Jobs, and has been, like, he used to know Steve Jobs, and he was super, super envious of like the iStore and the iStore's design. And that's why so much of Disneyland's theming when it comes to its stores just doesn't exist anymore, because this guy was so obsessed with Steve Jobs and the iStore that he decided to take the theme out of theme park, because he thought it would make it easier for people to buy things at the theme park if he takes away the theme part of theme park. Like, it's that kind of business logic where it's just like pure insanity, because when you break it down to brass tacks, it's like, it sounds like the ramblings of a crazy person. I just need to take a swig of my Pepsi. Hold on. Ah, there we go. A theme park, yeah. It's like, oh, but the iStore doesn't have anything in it to distract from the product. We should do that in Disneyland, because we don't want to distract people from the products that we're selling. And it's like, you mean the things that make it a theme park, my dude? It's like, yeah, just get rid of that. Just get rid of all of it. And then because all these yahoos know each other, right? Then you have like the McDonald's guys doing the same thing, where it's like, oh, we can't have fun like Playland at McDonald's anymore. We need to take all of that away because it just distracts from the product. So just get rid of that. Just get rid of all of that. And you get like Rainforest Cafe doing the same thing, and it just like all tumbles down. And then you reach like the year 2025, and then they can't figure out why nobody gives a shit about their like awful experience anymore. And then instead of like homing in on the very, very obvious reasons as to why, which is that you took the theme out of theme park, they instead go, oh, well, people aren't looking for experiences when they go to theme parks anymore. They're looking for photo opportunities. So take away more of the theme park and just kind of give them more opportunities where they can take selfies, because that's what people really want. And that's why our theme park isn't doing well. It's not because we took the theme out of theme park. It's because people are only on their phones and they don't go to theme parks anymore. I can't be the problem because I'm a businessman and I did all the market research. Like, it's, like I said, it's genuinely the ramblings of an insane person. Like, if you, and the thing is, you like envision in your head sitting these people down and just kind of explaining to them like a toddler, like a child, why they are making the stupidest decisions you possibly could make in something that you're supposed to be a professional in. And even if you explain it to them in detail, they still won't understand, or they will willfully twist it in their head to mean something else where they are not at fault. And then they'll blame something else that's just easier to control. And that's what happens in the movie industry as well. Because how often is it, why did this movie do bad? It's because it was badly written. But we can't control when something is written well and when it's written badly. So instead, we'll just add more of what worked in other movies. Not the writing, but instead things like humor and action sequences and characters. And we won't fix the writing at all. And then nothing gets better. And then they're like shocked Pikachu face that their stocks are nosediving. It's really, really insane. Am I out of touch? No, it's the children that are wrong. Again, Simpsons not only predicted so much, but the Simpsons really had a finger to the pulse of how a lot of these people work, both in the entertainment industry as well as like business. Like Simpsons got it so right, and I think that's why people point to it as like predicting a bunch of stuff. It's like, no. It was just hyper observant. It was just very, very aware of how things worked. And the thing is, things have not changed since the late 80s. That's why Simpsons keeps like predicting things. It's just because The Simpsons has like very, very good pattern recognition and nothing changes. The market research is on par with me reading other people's research on value investment and calling it market research. Yeah, pretty much. And as I've said before, my friend who works in Hollywood, they work as an extra though. They don't work in any of like upper work. They said, and I mentioned this quite a lot in streams, but just because it was so impactful to me, a lot of these people who work on the business side of movies and things like that don't actually have time to watch movies because they're so busy doing their job. They're so busy working on the business side of the movie industry that they don't actually have time to sit down and watch movies, which is, again, it kind of feeding into the entire problem. I see my thing buffering here, but it's still telling me that my stream health is excellent, so I really hope that's just YouTube being funny and not actually my connection going down. So just keep me up to date. If the connection goes down, just yell at me in chat because I can still see chat. For some reason, chat keeps moving. Okay, you can still hear me? Great. Okay. Because chat will keep moving even though it'll tell me there's no connection. It's very, very strange. Oh, here we go. That's like Pixar's passive-aggressive bullshit response to when Elio flopped. Yeah, it couldn't be because it's a mediocre movie you barely promoted. Must be because no one actually wants original stories. Like, have you not seen the numbers K-pop Demon Hunters is doing? Exactly. And, you know, I never even really thought about the fact that K-pop Demon Hunters is an original property, which it is, right? It absolutely 5,000% is an original property. So the fact that it did as well as it did just kind of goes to prove a lot of that bullshit about like, oh, well, franchise and people only want to see things they know, etc., etc. And then K-pop Demon Hunters comes out and it's like, oh, I guess everything we've built our entire business on was all bullshit. Because here comes this property that's entirely new and it's still like, if I go to Netflix, I think it's still in the top 10 in South Africa. I don't know where it's sitting in America at the moment, but I'm pretty sure it's still in the top 10 here. And they just released like a sing-along version of the movie, and I think that's in the top 10 in South Africa as well. Like the movie itself and then also the sing-along version, like both of them are sitting in the top 10. It's insane. Like, they'll just think Spider-Verse style. But, sorry, I read your message backwards here. Yeah, but they'll look at it and think anything but the right thing. They'll think Spider-Verse style. Yeah, because they can't control good writing. So they look at something they can control and be like, oh no, that's why. And then they'll try and like force the market to make their presumption true. And I spoke about this once before, but that's kind of what happened with horror games in like the early 2000s, where these big companies were like, oh, thank you, Avina. Where these big companies will be like, oh, nobody plays horror games anymore. That's why we're making everything look like Call of Duty. And then they stopped making horror games. And they're like, see, nobody's playing horror games. It's like, yeah, because you stopped making them. And then Amnesia, The Dark Descent came about and like sold an insane amount of money. And then the people who kept saying, oh no, but people don't play horror games, got really, really butthurt about it because it just proved them wrong. And then they had to like go back to the drawing board because the narrative that they were trying to force into reality didn't work. Anyway, thanks so much for the super chat, Johnny718 Bravo. I'm just gonna say Johnny Bravo. I really miss old Disney. Thank goodness for DVDs. Yeah, right. I am still waiting for our Amazon that just opened up in my country to stock DVDs. But I realized the reason it doesn't stock DVDs and Blu-rays yet is because of regional licensing and things like that. And I think that's kind of why it's taking as long as it is to just sell hard copies of movies, is because they have to figure out like, you know, the whole regional thing, which is a rant all of its own, which I don't feel like getting into here because it's quite technical and kind of boring. Does Shyman actually have a tail? Let me have a look here. Shyman. Let's have a look. Because it doesn't look like it, but it looks weird from behind without it. And like real hedgehogs have tails. So I'm kind of thrown off a little bit here. I mean, I suppose I could make it bushier back here to compensate. It just seems really odd that it doesn't. There we go. I suppose that helps a bit. But yeah, so K-pop Demon Hunters. I mean, that's just a perfect example of where a lot of this like, oh, but we can't do X and Y and Z because of blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, dude, here's a movie that does exactly what you say you can't do. And not only is it doing it, but it's also making like the most money in the entire world doing it. Right? And then they get like really, really angry because it's literally proven them wrong and they can't handle that. It's like when Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year and I don't know if he was the director of the game or if he's the owner of Larian Studios, just went on stage to collect the award and just clowned on the entire gaming industry. And he's like, wow, we made a game with no microtransactions, no loot boxes, no subscription model, no season passes. We're not going to do DLC, and all our updates are completely free. And we sold it for what, $50, $60? And we've got the best-selling game on Steam. Wow! That's so strange. I thought everybody said you can't do that anymore. It was really, really funny. It was such a Chad move. At least we still have Resident Evil. The thing is, in the early 2000s and like mid to early 2000s, we didn't. Because that's when like Punching Boulder, Chris Redfield Resident Evil came out, which is like iconic in hindsight because it's so funny. But at the time, that is all you had in terms of like quote unquote horror games. You had like the only horror games that existed was Chris Redfield punching boulders, and that was the horror that you had to accept because there was nothing else. And the reason they did that, at the end of the day, is because they wanted Call of Duty money. That's why they tried to like kill the horror game genre and why they tried to make everything more like action-packed gunplay. It's because they wanted Call of Duty money. But you can't just admit that. So they like fabricated this excuse of like, oh, well, people don't play horror games anymore. Just making sure I'm getting his eye line right here. Not really. I'm going to have to move his head down because Charmander's eyes, like his pupils are so large, he can't really look around with them without it changing like his character's design drastically. Which you can actually see, I really don't like Charmander's 3D model because he's so wall-eyed and it just looks very, very odd and like not nice. I don't like it. But it's because of the way like his character is designed. I'm wondering, I don't like his little dopey smile here. I'm wondering whether I should just like give him like that kind of smile instead. Yeah, I kind of like that more. I'm going to do that instead. There we go. That's better. And now we draw Eyja. And there's Freddie Mercury. Then PT came along. But that's the thing, like, PT came along in 2014. So this was like way after Amnesia came out and just proved everybody wrong. Like, yes, people still want horror games. Here's a horror game made by an indie studio, and it's like the biggest thing that's ever happened in the gaming industry in like the past 20 years or whatever. And then PT came out, but that was 2014, so that was quite a few years afterwards already. And like, PT died because of Konami. It didn't die because, oh, people don't play horror games anymore. It just died because Konami decided they wanted pachinko money instead of video game money. Like, literally. I always wonder, I don't know whether there's ever been like research into the topic, but I do wonder, like, how much is the Yakuza tied up? Not the video game series, I mean the actual Yakuza. How much are they tied up in Konami? Because, like, they control most of the pachinko market, don't they? I don't actually know. That's an entire part of the industry I have, like, zero information on. But I can't help but feel that's part of it. Like, that has a hand in there. People selling PS4s just for PT was wild. Are they still doing that? Because I'm pretty sure you can emulate PT now easier than you could back when it first came out. So the market value might not be what it was at the time. Not entirely sure. I don't know whether people are still selling. I'm sure they are to some degree, but I don't think it was as crazy as when they very, very first took PT off the PlayStation Store. Because that was insane. Like, people were selling PS4s with PT on it for like ludicrous amounts of money. And yet Konami looked at all the buckets of money and were like, you know what? No, we don't want this. It's fine. Aren't Yakuza all in their 70s these days? They're super old compared to other gangs. I don't know. Because again, it's not really an area of expertise for me. But it is something I kind of wonder about. But it's also something where I'm like, maybe I shouldn't look into this too closely, because I might learn some things that I don't want to know. I might get cursed with knowledge, which is the worst kind of knowledge to have. Is the kind of knowledge that you get cursed with, and now you just have to know these things and kind of deal with it, which sucks. It absolutely sucks. So Eyja has little round eyes. It doesn't have like the little triangle eyes. But her eyes are not as big as like Twilight Sparkle or something. Her eyes are kind of small. I'm just assigning genders to these Pokemon based on vibes alone. Do that. Does it do the thing? Let me just look at this shape. Okay, it does have kind of a teardrop like that. Okay. Because my natural inclination, I find, is to make it bigger at the top and then kind of softer at the bottom. But Eyja is kind of different. Eyja is the exact opposite, where it's smaller and then it gets heavier at the bottom like this. Which might be tricky, but I'll give it a shot. Weird, today the YouTube chat doesn't allow to support the creator. Let me check. Am I still monetized, or did it take my monetization away? Let me just have a look quick. Public, streaming software, no restrictions. Paid promotion. No, I'm just gonna click no. I'm not using AI in this thing. I don't see anything where it's taken my monetization. Oh, here we go. No, my monetization is on. So, no, I'm not sure why it's doing that. Sorry about that. PS4 emulators have gotten better, though weird seeing a modern console with an emulator. Yeah, but it's always good for like game preservation just to have an emulator. Also, because if you have like the game, but your hardware has stopped functioning for whatever reason, like my PS4's fan broke a while ago and I had to find a third party who could fix it for me because Sony left the country. And I was able to find somebody who could repair the fan for me using third-party parts. But like things like that, if that wasn't available, like what am I supposed to do with all the PS4 games I have? So emulation is really cool for that because literally I own the games. I just need something to play them on, right? I've heard that Konami is literally run by a bunch of old men who have no idea what the fuck is going on. Yeah, but I try and subscribe to the idea that never assume malice when stupidity explains things properly. But I do think there is a certain level of spite that appears to exist with Konami, especially like with Nintendo's recent shenanigans. It feels like just incompetence. It feels like the people in charge have absolutely no idea what they're doing. With Konami, it always felt like a certain level of spite. It felt like there was a degree of, no, we know what we're doing. We're just purposefully doing what people don't like. But then you get into the whole discussion of like, well, Japanese business practices, which is an entire conversation on its own, right? And I'm even less informed in that than I am with the pachinko market. So heaven knows what's going on there. What if I previously sold a game? I don't know if that counts. It probably, yeah, that's a good question. Because you paid for a copy of the game. And then you sold that copy. So I don't know. It's a difficult question. Anyway, I'm battling with Evie's eyes here because they're such a strange shape. Just gonna do that so I can tell that it's not white, so that I can add the pupils and just kind of map out what's going on here, because I think if I have some landmarks to anchor things to, this might go a little better for me. Because that's one thing I really hate. I said this for Charmander, but I really hate in modern Pokemon where like all the Pokemon are really wall-eyed in the 3D models. Like their pupils are just transfixed, staring off into space without like any thought behind those dead eyes. I really don't like that at all. I think it's very, very bad, like not character design, but like just character art in general. As each year passes, game preservation is so important, especially with the greedy shitlords like Nintendo. Yeah, that's like an entire discussion. I linked it in a community post because I watched that video called I Hate Nintendo, which is very, very good. It's such a good video. And as I said, I actually thought it was just going to be some Nintendo fanboy who was very angry at the recent Direct because they didn't get a new Mario update or something. And no, it actually ended up being this like very thought out breakdown of all the garbage Nintendo had done since basically when Iwata died. And it's just like, it's honestly anime villain level garbage. It's like actually insane. Dear God, she's turning into a Rankin Bass puppet. Danger. Hey, Rankin and Bass puppets are actually charming. Rankin and Bass puppets are really charming, and more so than some of the 3D Pokemon models, it looks like the Rankin and Bass puppets are looking at what they're looking at. Like they have a clear eye direction. I used to do community theater. Oh, I see you're talking to somebody else. Sometimes I'll catch conversations in chat and it'll be like two people talking about something completely different. And I'll start reading it out before I read the complete message. And then I'm like, oh, this isn't addressed to me. Okay, there we go. That's better. I know it's got like a more pressed in pug face, really. but I kind of like the muzzle a little bit more. Maybe I can just move it up a tiny bit. I like the muzzle a bit more because it just kind of gives the face a bit of dimension. There we go. And their ears, she kind of has like rabbit ears to a certain degree. There we go. And they come out the front, which is also very strange, rather than like behind her head or the side of her head. Try and figure this out. So I'm going to give it a slight stylistic change just because I like giving a little bit more dimension than this. But I think that kind of follows what the design looks like. They've got ear tufts here. Yeah, and then they've got the inside here. Okay, so far so good. And I'm just gonna, alright, I'm flipped. I forgot I flipped the canvas there. I'm gonna do this so I can give her the hair tufts. And I'm gonna give this big collar fluff that Evie's got. I'm actually going to do that in a separate layer so I don't worry about drawing over her face without screwing something up. Let's announce a paid DLC for a game we haven't finished yet. That can't go wrong at all. It's so weird that they did that. I saw people in the comments saying that, well, Pokemon whatever the heck, Pokemon ZA was supposed to come out last year, and then they delayed it because I can only guess what kind of shape that game was in. And the DLC was supposed to come out this year, and now they're just releasing them at the same time. But that still doesn't make sense because they could have sat on the DLC. They could have sat on the DLC and released it much later, and then there wouldn't have been a problem, and like people wouldn't have been upset. But they didn't do that. They decided to announce it before the game comes out, and I don't know why. Again, I'm guessing it's some insane business decision that doesn't make sense to anybody at all, except the people in charge. And nobody else understands why they're doing it this way. Because it literally makes no sense. It's some kind of moon logic that just sane people can't comprehend. Quite frankly. Announcing the ZA DLC was the straw that broke the camel's back for me. The first Pokemon game in my whole life I won't purchase. The thing is, I wasn't going to buy it because obviously, as I say, I don't have a Switch. But what broke me in terms of what were they thinking to be like AVGN about it is when somebody on Tumblr pointed out that the Mega Stones for the starters, you can't get unless you enter ranked battles using the online Nintendo subscription, which you have to pay for. So you have to pay for a Nintendo online subscription so that you can do ranked battles, so that you can win ranked battles in order to get Mega Stones for the starters in a single player Pokemon game. And I was like, you know what? That's like the death knell, in my opinion. That's the big thing where it's like, okay, yeah, no, we're done. We're finished. Pack it up. We're all going home. That's it. That is where the line has been drawn. What is that Captain Picard quote? The line must be drawn here. Here, no further. That's that kind of moment for me. Also, I need to get back to TNG. It's such a good show. As a completely different subject. I think Nintendo feels emboldened because they released the console at $500 to almost unanimous disdain, but still sold well. Yeah, but I was watching that Nintendo I Hate Nintendo video, and he brought up a good point where they're like, oh, the Switch 2 is the fastest selling console. And then for the first time, it made me think about that phrasing, fastest selling console. Not best selling console, not any kind of metric, just fastest selling. And it made me think of when Disney released the Mufasa movie. And Disney announced all these very, very bizarre statistics on Twitter where they're like, oh, Mufasa is the #1 movie in America for the opening weekend. And then everybody pointed out, yeah, it's because Sonic 3 hadn't released in America yet. Sonic 3 was out everywhere else, and it was outdoing Mufasa like 3-1. And Disney was really, really butthurt about that. So they released this tweet saying, oh, Mufasa is doing, it's the best in America. It's that classic like statistic maneuvering so that you can make statistics say what you want. You know, where it's not that it's untrue, it's just you're phrasing it in a way. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer, as I knew I would be, but it's fine. You're phrasing the statistic in a way to make it actually sound good when the reality of things is very, very different to the narrative you're selling. And it just reminded me of that when I really started thinking about the phrase fastest selling console, because I was like, that's kind of hyper specific. If you think about it, it's a very hyper specific way to try and praise the console, right? It's like, okay, fastest selling. Okay, well, what does that mean? That just means people bought it very, very quickly compared to other consoles, which I'm not 100% sure if that number is even accurate. Because I'm thinking of like the PlayStation 2 and when that came out. And they're putting up these pictures of people lining up outside of like GameStop to get the Switch 2. I remember people doing that for the PlayStation 2. I remember people staying up like camping out the night before so that they can be in line for the PlayStation 2. Like, that's not a new thing. That happened before. So then I'm like wondering, okay, again, fastest selling compared to what? Like what is the data? What is the data here? What data are you working with here? And again, when I watched that I Hate Nintendo video, it kind of made me wonder, what did they mean by this? But like, actually, I'm still pissed off they slapped the Barry Jenkins name all over the ads. Dead set on rubbing salt in his embarrassment. I know he needed the money, but for fuck's sake, Disney. Yeah. There's always that going on, isn't there? Sepa Person is the highest viewed South African artist that streams once a month and critiques animated shows. Yeah, it's like I was watching a movie reaction channel, watch The Martian for the first time. And there's a line in The Martian where Matt Damon says, I am the best botanist on this planet. And if you don't know The Martian, it's about a guy who gets it's about an astronaut that accidentally gets stranded on Mars when his team have to return to Earth after a bad sandstorm. So he's the only person on the entire planet. So yeah, he is the best botanist on the planet, I guess, right? Oh yeah, I've heard of people camping out to buy consoles. In fact, a friend of mine actually met his now fiance doing that for the original Switch. That's awesome. I forgot about that line. The Martian has some of the wittiest writing I've ever seen in a movie. I love The Martian. The Martian might legit be like my second or third favorite movie. My first favorite movie will always be Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I don't think it's ever going to move from the top spot. But I think Martian might be number 2 or 3, depending on how I feel, because Blade Runner is usually number 2 in terms of movies. So The Martian, The Martian, directed by Ridley Scott, is in competition with Blade Runner, directed by Ridley Scott, for which one's my second favorite. Yeah, I've been the world's tallest dwarf. Yeah, exactly. It's that kind of thing. I guess it only means they distributed an insane amount of Switches equally to every electronic shop and game shop for 10-day selling. Yeah, see, again, you can manipulate the information to say basically anything you wanted to. And who was it? I don't know whether it was the I Hate Nintendo video. I think it was a different video I watched. But who also pointed out where people were saying, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Nintendo can do whatever they want and the game will sell well anyway, because the last Pokemon game sold 27 million copies. And then this person pointed out, yeah, the most popular franchise in the entire world only sold 27 million copies, which is half the amount that Animal Crossing sold. A game series which before the Switch was considered niche and like not barely, but very few people outside of its fan base really gave much attention to. And it outsold Pokemon, a main title Pokemon game. And when you look at it that way, you're like, wait a second, that actually doesn't sound as good as like, oh, we don't need to do it. Like, there's no point criticizing Pokemon because people will buy it anyway. And it's like, but are they? Are they buying it? Really? Because yes, they are, but Also, I'm going to flip this again too. Look at this Eevee. This Eevee looks okay. I kind of made her rather chunky. But I think she still looks okay. Let me take the cuff away. Yeah, no, she looks fine. I'm just going to have to move this. I keep calling it a cuff, but what do you call this? Collar, I guess? I guess it's collar. I might want to put it back here instead. Kind of move it around. That might be better. I might want to change the perspective here a bit. No, not horizontally. Perspective. Bring this in here. And maybe fluff it up a bit with the liquify tool. There we go, that looks better. Go back here, flip it back the way it should be. There we go. And now I want to look at this tail. Freddie Mercury is a little bit in the way, but I'm hesitant to move him. Because Eevee's tail, it doesn't really look like it connects to her spine, really, if I look at it here. Now, the big collar is in the way, but if this is her body, I mean, I guess it connects to her spine, kind of. That's a big gripe with like anime catgirl tales as well, is I look at the way that anime and VTubers often attach a catgirl tail to the character, and I'm like, that doesn't follow the spinal column at all. I don't really know what the anatomy is doing here. And it's exceptionally distracting. Oh yeah, Catharsis says, wondering about Freddie Mercury in the corner here. People kept asking for me to draw 80s anime style Freddie Mercury, despite my severe pleading that I am exhausted and trying to like character design that on the fly might be beyond my capabilities tonight. But people kept requesting it anyway, so there he is for your enjoyment pleasure. Enjoyment pleasure, jeez. I am really tired. Let me turn off the... That looks okay. I might want to puff it up as well a bit. I really enjoy the liquify tool because... Oops, there we go. Dropped connection. Let me give it a sec. I'll take a sip of my Pepsi while I wait for it to come back. Oh no, oh no! See, Puff, if it's not connected to her spine, then that means it's... You can hear me? Okay, that's good. I'm chugging my Pepsi anyway while I've got a chance. Ew. Okay, well, I can still see the video playing, so I don't think the connection is that terrible. Hopefully it comes back. But I'm going to keep going in the meantime. I did not check my perspective here at all, so let me just check that and see if I can like salvage it if it's like really, really bad. Okay, so these two are fine. But here, it's a bit wacky. So I might want to move Charmander to be in a better position. There we go. That's better. Should have done that at the beginning, but here we go. It's an attachment. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not even thinking about it in like that way when I think about the catkill tail. It's not even that's distracting to me. It's just that the anatomy is off. And it like really bothers me in a way where it really shouldn't be that big a deal, but it irks me and I don't like it. So I downloaded a pen a while ago. It's this Kabuki ink pen, which I really like. So I think I'm going to use that. Just see if I can get it thick enough. 30 might be too thick. We'll just stick with 15, I think. Also, I see the connection is back to excellent. So, hooray! We survived it, chat. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot, basically. Okay, so he does have little fangs, so I might want to add those. But I'm not going to draw them in pencil. It's just kind of a waste of time when I can just fudge them like that. There we go. There we go. And that one's still green. What are you referring to? Oh, speaking of which, I need to get this. Here we go. The spot I made for who knows what reason. I once pulled the tail of a catkill and at the end was a black. People are running with the catkill thing now. No. Like I said, it's literally just the anatomy and that's why it bothers me. Because I'm like, it doesn't make sense. It's just like badly done. It's not good character design, quite frankly. I do admit though, back in the day, and I'm talking like 15 years ago, I had major problems with anime catgirls in general just because I hated the character design overall. I think it's just because maybe catgirls in anime and VTubing, they've kind of become better designed. But many years ago, I would get so annoyed that anime catgirls would literally just be take an anime girl, slap some ears on top of her head and give her a tail. And I'm like, that's so lazy. That's such a lazy character design. Like, no thought went into this whatsoever. It used to annoy me so much. The only anime catgirl I ever felt was actually, like, well done was, I forget her name, but the character from Visions of Escaflowne. I really like her design. Let me see if I can find it, despite not remembering her name. Vision of Escaflowne. Meryl. So I really like Meryl's design because I was like, oh, this is like an actually good catgirl design. Let me see if I can get a picture of her where it's like her whole body. That's not from the movie because we don't talk about the movie. I suppose this one will do. Hold on, let me just copy paste it where you guys can see it. Copy image. So this is Meryl, and she also has a tail. You can't see it here. And I feel like it's a much more coherent way of handling, like, the idea of catgirl. Just because there's obviously a lot more going on, and I just think it's more interesting. And I kind of liked the Puma twins from Tank Police. I would think they're kind of cool, even though they're also kind of just slap cat ears on a woman. Tank Police Puma twins. Yeah, kind of. I mean, they also kind of just do the thing where they slap ears and a tail on a woman. Let's grab this image here. Copy image, live stream, paste. So the Puma sisters also kind of have the thing going on, but I think the difference is, like, you can tell the cat ears are coming out from the sides like that, rather than just being slapped on top of the head like that. Because again, it bugs me when the anatomy doesn't make sense. And I'm like, but why though? It's not that hard just to tweak it slightly. What do you think about the cat girl from Outlaw Star? I need to watch more of it. I know who you are talking about. I think she's not that bad. Let me just have a look to refresh my memory. Yeah, see, but the thing is, she's a cat girl, but she's almost more like an elf in a way. Yeah, see, I quite like this design. This design's fine. This is a really silly image of her, but I'm going to copy paste it anyway because it's the first one that came up. Like, again, there just seems to be a bit more happening here because, again, you've got the ears coming out of the side of the head, which is cool. But then also, if you look at the way this tail is connected, it runs up and you can tell it follows the flow of her spine. So it just makes a lot more sense. They haven't just taken an anime girl, done this, and then put a tail there, which is what a lot of VTubers do. And it like drives me crazy. Because it's not that big a change to make, to just have it look better. She's a tiger woman? Yeah! Well, the Puma twins also, they're Pumas, they're not cat girls, so, you know, same difference at the end of the day, really. Because, like, I like Nyanna's design. I do think Nyanna has a very good design, but it still kind of follows those trappings, especially where the tail is positioned on her model, where I'm like, can we not tweak this slightly? Like, I'm not expecting Nyanna's to change her model to look like Meryl from Visions of Escaflowne, because that's not going to work for a VTuber. But, again, just the position of the tail, it really bothers me, because I'm like, that's not how anatomy works. That doesn't follow logic. It's just... I think it also bothers me because I can't think of a good excuse to put it there. I'm like, okay, well, what's the reasoning for putting it so high on the lower back? Like, what is the point of putting it up so high? Like, what is the reason? But, no, seriously, like, what is the purpose? Like, why is it there? If you can give me a reason that, like, justifies it, please tell me, because I can't see of, like, a justification for it. Maybe it's really time for a 6-hour review of Nyan Neko Sugar Girls. I want to say I might do that, but I don't want to give people false hope, because I don't think I would actually do that. I would rather drop references to Nyan Neko Sugar Girls in my reviews, just like without context, because that's what I like doing. I like dropping random things in my reviews without really giving context if I'm trying to make a joke, because I think a lot of my humor stems from people just being like, what the fuck? And having to like Google it themselves to figure out what the hell they just saw. I don't know why that's so funny to me. And Nyan Neko Sugar Girls is so perfect for that, because if you drop clips of Nyan Neko Sugar Girls into something and somebody just does not know what it is, they are going to have quite the awakening to whatever the hell they're looking at. And Nyan Neko Sugar Girls is one of those things, right, where it's quite famous, but it's not so famous. It's not like Dragon Ball Z Abridged, where if you drop a quote from Dragon Ball Z Abridged, you can guarantee that at least the majority of your audience will have a rough idea of what it is, even if they don't recognize the exact clip or quote. Whereas Nyan Neko Sugar Girls, there's a good amount of people who will automatically know what it is. But there's also a good amount of people that just won't know what they're looking at. And it's kind of also where part of the joke comes in to me. It's just people who have not subjected themselves to Nyaneko Sugar Girls. Because it's not tied to any specific franchise, or it's not tied to a specific anime. It's not like a parody of anything specific. It uses a lot of music of Clannad in it, but it's not a parody of Clannad directly. It's just this random not anime that looks terrible when you see the thumbnail. And unless you're morbidly curious and click on it, you're not going to know what it is unless you hear about it from other people. So whereas like DBZ Abridged, obviously it's tied to Dragon Ball Z, so people kind of know about it. Because like if you Google or look up Dragon Ball Z on YouTube or Google, there's a good chance you might stumble across DBZ Abridged or like Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged or any of those things. But Nyaneko Sugar Girls, unless you're like actively searching for it, it's not going to randomly appear in a search for you. Speaking of you dropping clips with no context, I realized that you were my first exposure to Turbojet. Being popular isn't about wit, it's about being as inflammatory as possible. Actually, that's a good example. Again, it's like the Snapcube fan dub of Sonic. Again, it's tied to Sonic. So you kind of know about the Snapcube fan dub just by it being attached to Sonic. And Nyaneko Sugar Girls doesn't have that luxury. It just kind of exists in itself as like this pocket of late 2000s anime culture as seen on forums and DeviantArt. It's like a time capsule, and yet somehow continues to be relevant to some degree. The Snapcube fan dub is just in my modern vocabulary now. I think it's in everybody's modern vocabulary. Like, I know Dana and me often quote it over Discord to each other, but really, just that opening joke of Sonic appearing and like pointing, and I think it's Penny who does the voice of Sonic, and she just goes, ha 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 ha, one! Like, I use that gif and quote that way more than I would ever think you could get mileage out of that, like, quote alone, because it's so stupid. It's just her laughing and saying one, but for some reason it's just so quotable, and you find like so many opportunities to use that quote or that gif in a conversation. It's like so flexible. There's another fanime called Blood Raining Night that's some insane multi-franchise crossover and has a lot of edgy gothic shit. It's almost as good as Nyaneko Sugar Girls. Okay, but I need to ask, is it sincere? Because the beauty of Nyaneko Sugar Girls is that you are not making fun of an amateur artist who genuinely try to make their own anime. Like, Nyaneko Sugar Girls, the product itself, is very, very much in on the joke. Like, Nyaneko Sugar Girls itself knows what it is. And that's part of the reason it works so well, is because it, even in the parts where it's incredibly annoying, it's annoying on purpose. Like, being as loud and annoying as it is, it's aware of itself. Oh, it's very much not sincere? Okay, great. Then I will have to check that out, because that sounds amazing then. I think the only thing where... See, the sincerity thing, it's a difficult line to walk, right? It's kind of the same problem you get with So Bad It's Good movies. Because on the one hand, you don't want to make fun of something, which is just an amateur project somebody made, that somebody made, that they wanted to make a movie. But at the same time, some movies exist which are just so utterly fascinating in how bad they are, that you cannot possibly ignore them or the effect they have on you. And I'm thinking of like Neil Breen specifically. How are you supposed to ignore a Neil Breen movie? And if you sit down and watch a Neil Breen movie, how are you supposed to ignore how the movie makes you feel? You can't do that. So the fact that it's not what the filmmaker intended at all is a shame, but you can't just be like, oh, well, don't make fun of Neil Breen movies because then you're making fun of the creator. It's like, well, I don't know if making fun of it is the right wording here. I don't know if making fun is the correct way to describe what watching a Neil Breen movie is like. But then you have things like, if Nyan Neko Sugar Girls was made sincerely by like a teenaged animator working in Flash, and they wanted to make an anime, and they made like Nyan Neko Sugar Girls, and it wasn't meant to be a joke, it was meant to be sincere, then like how much do you want to make fun of it, right? And it's a difficult balance to walk. And I'm also thinking of like My Immortal, you know, the fanfic. And I know people say, oh no, it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't a real fanfic, it was meant to be a troll. And it's like, no guys, trust me, as somebody who grew up on fanfiction.net in the early 2000s, I have read a lot of fanfics that were written exactly how My Immortal was written. That fanfic was not a troll. It was not made to like make fun of bad fanfiction. It was not made to be bad on purpose. That was somebody's genuine attempt at writing a story. And I know this because, again, I've read a lot of fanfiction, especially back in the day when the only people who wrote fanfiction really were like 13-year-olds. It wasn't really something that these days you have people with like biology degrees who write fanfiction in their spare time. Back in the day, it was just teenagers. So a lot of it was exactly like My Immortal. And My Immortal lives in infamy as like quote unquote the worst fanfic ever made. I don't know whether I would call it the worst. I think worst is something that you can't really, is quantify the right word? Because trying to rate something as the worst means that you're writing it, you're grading it linearly, where one end of the line is best and the other end of the line is worst. And then everything falls upon that one line, and My Immortal is the end point of the line that goes into bad. And I don't think you can really grade things that way. Because I forget if it was Red Letter Media or if it was Spoonie or something, but somebody once said, there is an infinite amount of ways that something can be bad. Like, there are things that can be bad in ways that you could not imagine being bad in that specific way. There's an infinite amount of ways something can be bad. So saying like My Immortal is the worst fanfic ever written, it's like, I don't know, man. I think it's just bad in a captivating way, which is different than just being the worst. And I think that's true for like movies and video games as well, right? Because you can compare two things that are both like just absolutely awful, like the worst trash you've ever seen, but then they're so different from each other in how they're bad, and you're like, okay, well, which one is worse? Which one is worse than the other one? And you're like, I can't compare these two because they're both terrible, but they're terrible in such unique ways from each other that I can't compare one to the other. The worst media is just boring. Yeah, that's what I always feel. I feel as somebody who really enjoys terrible media at the end of the day. I'm not going to pretend I don't. I really, really like just absolute garbage. But if something is boring, then it's just the worst because you're not getting anything from it, right? If something is terrible but it's engaging, it can be an absolutely awesome experience. It can be like a fantastic experience to sit down and watch. Even if you don't watch it with like a group of friends, which is the best way to watch like a bad movie and along those lines. But you can't always get a group of your friends together just to watch a bad movie. Sometimes, if you're insane like I am, you just have to sit down and watch something terrible on your own. And something that is terrible but engaging can hold your interest and make you interested. But if something is just boring, I mean, you're just sitting there and suffering for like no end. There's no reason for it at the end of the day. And I feel like I want to talk about that at the end of my Velma review once I'm able to work on that again, is somebody on my Tumblr, a mutual of mine, just watched Velma as well for the first time. I don't know why. But they said that it wasn't as bad as they were expecting it to be. It was a good show hidden in there somewhere. And it's just really, really dull and really, really frustrating because there's something good in there somewhere, but everything about it is just done so badly. And I'm like, yes, but that is why it's so terrible. It's not terrible because it's the most incompetent thing you've ever seen in your life. It's not terrible because it's hateful, because it's hateful in a way where it's purposefully trying to rile you up. And if you realize that's what it's trying to do, well, how can you take it seriously? So what's the point of getting riled up? So it's just bad because it's just kind of a big nothing burger, which ironically just makes it terrible. It makes it so much worse than something which is awful. And I feel like something like High Guardian Spice is something I would much happier... I would be much happier if like High Guardian Spice got a season 2 that I would have to sit down and watch for a review than watching something like Velma, because High Guardian Spice is terrible. It's such a bad show. And yet in some weird messed up way, I have a certain level of affection for it because I made that video, and that was like the first big video that really took off for my channel. But also because talking about it, I semi got attached to the characters, and not just characters I actively liked, like Amaryllis, who I still think is a cool character, but like Sage is terrible. I really hate Sage. She's such a terrible person. But Sage being a terrible person is at least something interesting to talk about and like to sink my teeth into as to why she's such a bad person. Whereas Velma, she's just a bad person because she's Mindy Kaling's self-insert. And so she's written to reflect the things that Mindy Kaling thinks is funny and things that Mindy Kaling thinks will make her hashtag relatable to people. And that's all that Velma is. Like, there's no real character psychology going on there. There's no real like writing in terms of Velma's personality. It's just Mindy Kaling. It's Mindy Kaling's Mary Sue self-insert. That's all it is. And that's really not that interesting, quite frankly. It's like, oh, it's it's Mindy Kaling's Mary Sue character. Okay. What am I supposed to do about this, you know? Oh, Velma is saying terrible, horrible things. Oh, but it's because Mindy Kaling thinks that's funny. And because Mindy Kaling is like very weird and she doesn't really understand how to interact with other people. She doesn't really have social skills like a normal person. So her sense of humor is very bad. It's very weird and unlikable. So Velma, it's like an unlikable person in high school desperately trying to do things they think is funny so that you will like them, which is just awkward and uncomfortable for literally everyone involved. And that's what Velma is at the end of the day. It's just a very awkward and uncomfortable interaction between you and the kid in high school who is trying to be super cute and super cool so that you'd like them and doesn't actually have an identity of their own because they're just copying whatever they think will make you interact with them. And it's like, ugh. Whereas like Sage is a terrible character, a terrible person, completely unintentional by the writers. And that's what's fascinating. Like, I can talk about Sage without talking about the creator or the writer of Sage. Whereas I can't talk about Velma, the character, without talking about Mindy, because it's literally just Mindy. And that's very boring, quite frankly. I found you through your High Guardian Spice video, and I loved how you broke it down, and you did a great job in showing that there is things in the show. It just missed a lot. Yeah, thank you. And again, I don't know if I want to sit down or ever watch it again. But if I think about it, there are things about it which I didn't like, but I liked talking about. You know, it was fun to talk about. Like, I got honest enjoyment out of talking about it. Whereas with Velma, there's some of it that I enjoy talking about, but I kind of have to manufacture talking points. Oh, thank you, Avina. I have to manufacture talking points on my own because the show itself doesn't hand me a lot to work with because it's just so uninteresting and shallow. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. Rosara, D-Rosara88. Not entirely sure how to say this. I'm very bad with reading usernames. The more I stream, the more I realize this. But thank you. The greatest part of your Velma vid was the quote where they said they didn't know how to make a show with a talking dog and make it funny. As though they knew how to make a show without a talking dog funny and make it funny. And you know what's insane about that statement? Is in season 2, they bring in Scrappy as a talking dog. So what the hell were you talking about, Charlie? Like, Charlie Day, the lead writer. Like, what do you mean? You're just talking nonsense because you're like, oh, we had to leave out Scooby-Doo because we couldn't make a talking dog funny. Anyway, here's Scrappy in season 2 as our, like, main antagonist. It's like, but I thought you said you didn't know how to make a talking dog funny. I mean, you didn't. You didn't make Scrappy funny. None of this is funny. But why did you attempt to do so with Scrappy but Scooby-Doo? Like, it's insanity. It's just nonsense. It's pure garbage. It's like, what are you talking about, Charlie? Like, literally though. Like, I don't get it. And the reason it makes no sense is because you're just spouting out a bunch of PR speak that changes according to which interview you're doing that day. And I know it's that because I had to watch the interviews for Wish. And it's exactly what the people at Disney did for Wish. They just say whatever helps them at the moment. And then they'll say the contradictory thing in a different interview because that helps them in that interview. And none of it means anything. And this is why I very rarely speak about, like, the actual people making these things unless I'm forced to. Because it's all just a bunch of time wasting, quite frankly. I'm saying quite frankly a lot. But yeah, like, the reason I had a lot of things to say about the interviews and the people who made Wish is because Wish was one of those movies where I sat down and I watched it and it was so baffling that I had to, like, find things that the creators themselves had said about it because I was like, okay, I need you to explain. I need you to sit down and explain this to me. Explain yourselves. Sit down and explain yourselves because what the hell? And then I watched the making of and I was just flabbergasted by how insane and bad it was. And I was like, I need to talk about this because literally everything going on here is just ridiculous. The movie is ridiculous. The people who made it are saying ridiculous, insane things. And it's just insanity. And like I said, with Velma, the thing is, Velma is such a Mary Sue of Mindy Kaling that you can't talk about it without talking about the show creators themselves. There's just no way to do that. And I mentioned Josie Campbell a little bit in the My Adventures with Superman review I did. But I didn't really go into her too much. The only thing I really had to say about her directly was the Sailor Moon reference. And that's because I noticed every single project that Josie Campbell has worked on has had a Sailor Moon reference in it. Like, every single one. And I'm like, okay, listen, you need to stop. You need to stop this. But other than that, I don't really care much. It's usually just where I'm like, I need some explanation for this decision in this show because I don't understand what the thought process was behind it. because it's just bad. And then I hear their explanation and I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? The credits of which made me irrationally angry. How dare you share promotional art for better movies? Yeah, I remember you saying as well that you were just kind of, Dana in chat, you were just kind of bored with the movie as a whole, and then you saw Treasure Planet in the credits, and you like lost your mind. Like that was your breaking point, is when you saw Treasure Planet. And you were like, how dare you stand where he stood? Which is very funny to me. It's just funny to me that that's the part that made you go Super Saiyan. Was the fact that you saw Treasure Planet and you were like, oh, fuck you guys. Yeah, I was so angry. When you learn that Mindy Kaling titled her memoir, Is Everyone Hanging Out Without Me? You have no chance of figuring out what about her choices to unpack first. And the thing is, I am battling whether I want to mention this in like my final thoughts on Velma Part 2. Because I don't really want to talk about Mindy, because she's just... There's no way to talk about her without making assumptions about her, which are very uncharitable. And I don't know her as a person. So I can't make statements like she is extremely lacking in self-confidence. And all she really knows how to do is put herself in the position of either being a bully or being a victim, or often both. And everything that she does in the entertainment industry is her like playing a mind game with the audience to put herself in the position of bully or victim. Like, that is her sole motivation for making entertainment. I can't say those things because I don't have evidence and I don't know her to say things like that. Those are just assumptions I have drawn from watching interviews and checking what she's been doing and trying to figure out why she's like this and like looking at her body of work. And again, it's just an assumption. It's not something I can say with like any kind of confidence. I can say that, but it's not something I can say as if it's a fact. And if I say that in the video, it's going to sound like I'm stating that as a fact when I don't know that. I don't know I don't know that information. That's not something I know. It's just like me guessing based on what I'm seeing. And although it might ring very true, I don't have all the information to say that confidently. Hey, Cryo has it. Because one thing that really struck me is she made Velma Indian like her, right? And then she went on a lot of talk shows saying that, oh, people online were so upset that she made Velma Indian. And it's because people are so racist and they just hate her because she's Indian. And it's just a whole bunch of Redditors and they can't handle the fact that an Indian woman exists, blah, blah, blah. And then people told her, no, we hate the character because she is just displaying an awful personality. Don't get me wrong, there were people who were complaining about the fact that, oh, they made Velma Indian, therefore it's bad. Those people do exist. And I've seen the DeviantArt like screenshot edits to prove it. But she would go on interviews and make that the main topic of conversation. Of like, oh, people just hate me because I'm Indian. People just want to hate on the show because Velma is Indian. And then the show came out. And it's the lowest rated animated show on IMDb in all of history. It's the third lowest rated show overall. And Mindy went dead silent about it. She stopped talking about it. She never mentioned it ever again. And she just acted as if it never happened. And then she went on the Meghan Markle show. Now, if you don't know who Meghan Markle is, she is Prince Harry's wife. And she is my mom's favorite lol cow. Now, Meghan Markle is supremely unhinged. She is essentially a lol cow with the biggest amount of money in the world. She's like if a lol cow was like a multi-billionaire because she's married to Prince Harry. And she is desperate for the public to like her. Unfortunately, she is a deeply unlikable person. She's extremely narcissistic. She's extremely sociopathic. And she has this thing where she would there's all these reports that she was severely abusive towards the palace staff in Buckingham, which is part of the reason she was told to leave. And her big narrative was oh, they just hate me because they're racist, because I'm half black. So, the British royal family just hates me because they're racist. It's no, you were abusing palace staff. And now she's back in America, and now all this information is coming out. Guess what? She's abusing film staff for the reality TV show she's made. Because she's now making a reality TV show where she's trying to be Martha Stewart or something. So she's a terrible person. She also happens to be frenemies with Mindy Kaling. So Mindy Kaling goes on to her really terrible reality show. And I have this information from my mother. I have struggled to find the clip myself, and I don't feel like watching the entire show. So take this with a grain of salt. But my mother is pretty reliable as far as this information goes. My mother was watching an episode, and Mindy Kaling shows up. And my mom had no idea who Mindy Kaling was. And Mindy Kaling, for some bizarre reason that I cannot fathom, decided to put on a fake Indian accent in that episode, which she has never displayed in any of the other interviews I have ever watched. She doesn't have an accent when she voices disgust in Inside Out. She doesn't have an Indian accent in Velma. She doesn't have an Indian accent in The Office. She has never, ever spoken with an Indian accent, as far as I can tell, in any public appearance she's ever made. But she comes onto the Meghan Markle show, and she's sporting an Indian accent. And Meghan looks at her and says to her, "Why are you talking like that?" And the internet exploded with, "Holy shit, Meghan Markle is so racist. Why is she asking an Indian woman why she has an accent? Meghan Markle is so terrible. She's so racist," which, don't get me wrong, Meghan Markle is an awful person. And I'm like, Mindy Kaling orchestrated that to put herself in the position of being a victim, because that's exactly what she did when she did Velma. It is literally the exact same pattern of behavior she displayed when making Velma. And here we are, 2 or 3 years later, and she has obviously learned nothing and made zero growth as a person, and has taken nothing from the experience of making Velma, because she is doing the literal exact same behavior in order to victimize herself. And my mom told me that story, not knowing who Mindy Kaling was. She was just telling me a funny story, wow, do you want to hear what my lolcow Meghan Markle did? She blatantly did something super racist in her show, and it was very weird. And she said, oh yeah, she asked this Indian lady on her show why she had an accent, Mindy Kaling. And I'm like, but Mindy Kaling doesn't have an accent. What are you talking about? Anyway, like I said, I don't know whether I will recount that story at the end of my Velma review, because it's very long-winded and it's kind of not very on topic, right? It's a little off topic towards the Velma review. But it does paint a picture of what kind of person Mindy Kaling is. And it does kind of paint a picture why Velma is the way it is. And it paints a picture as to why Mindy Kaling thinks certain things are funny when they're really, really not. And I think she's like that because she doesn't know how human beings work. Mindy Kaling, I don't think she can relate to other human people. And not just because she's rich and she's in Hollywood and she grew up in a super rich family. I think she genuinely has no idea how to interact with other human beings. Because the story she told when she was on, it wasn't Letterman. It was one of those, I think it was Conan. Yes, it was Conan. Where she's going on Conan and she's talking about how she sexually assaulted one of her co-stars. And when her lawyer told her, you can't do that, you'll get sued for that, Mindy told her lawyer, okay, well, tell anyone and you get fired. And she told this story on Conan as if it was a funny anecdote because she thought it was funny. And it really wasn't. It's really, really predatory behavior. But Mindy thought it was a funny story because that's what she thinks is funny. And she thought it was funny enough to tell to Conan during his late night talk show because she thought it was a funny, entertaining story. And I'm like, I don't think this woman knows how to interact with other human beings. But again, I don't know her as a person. I only know her from clips I've seen. It's very, very possible that I've only seen the worst light of her ever. I can only comment on the pattern of behavior I see as an audience member. So I can't say these things like in a video as if it's fact. I can't sit there and be like, oh, this is what I know about her. This is all the evidence that proves Mindy Kaling is a terrible person. Like, I can't say all that. But it does kind of color Velma the show. And it kind of goes a certain amount of way to explain why the humor, for lack of a better word, is like that. Like why the jokes are like that. And I know that Mindy herself didn't write the show. That was Charlie Day. But Mindy is the producer. And I am convinced that Mindy had a big hand in directing the humor of the show. Like, she may not have written the jokes word for word, but I would bet you anything that she looked over it and she, had the final say. And I say that because it falls in line with what she thinks is funny and the things that she has done in other shows in what she thinks is funny in those shows. And that's just kind of the kind of person that she is. And it's evident because she does the voice of disgust in Inside Out. And obviously she had zero impact on Inside Out's writing. So her character in Inside Out is like not terrible and like not making these awful attempts at humor that are really, really unfunny. Sorry, I'm just chugging Pepsi because I'm talking shit. Mom Puff mentions Mindy. C-Puff has war flashbacks, pretty much, where I'm like, can this woman please leave me alone? Please, just go away, Mindy. But yeah, that's why the Velma review, it's very difficult not to talk about Mindy, despite the fact that I would much rather just talk about the end product. I would much rather evaluate the product at the end of the day, because I'm more interested in it than I am. I don't want to say I'm more interested in it than I am the people who made it, because that's not always true. Because as I've said many times in streams before this, I really enjoy Disney in like a historical way, where I'm very invested in the filmmakers who made the Disney movies back in the day. I'm very invested in like Walt Disney as a person and like his biography and his like methodology and how he thought and how he approached animation and filmmaking. But when it comes to modern stuff, I don't really care that much about the creators unless it's something worth caring about, right? Like, I have no idea who worked on K-pop Demon Hunters apart from the studio, the guys at Sony who did Spider-Verse. That is all I know about the people who made K-pop Demon Hunters, and frankly, I don't care enough to learn more about the individual filmmakers, because the individual filmmakers of K-pop Demon Hunters don't impact the end product in any way, shape, or form. It might be interesting in like a anecdote sort of way, or like a trivia sort of way, but it doesn't really affect the movie, right? You watch K-pop Demon Hunters and you watch the movie, and you don't need to know anything about the people who made it to watch K-pop Demon Hunters. It's, and I would much rather talk about things in that kind of way, where I might mention the people here and there, but I don't use them. I don't use the end product as a way to talk about the people unless it's like in a historical sense. Like when I finally get back to the Disney reviews, I will definitely talk about Disney and the reoccurring villain of this channel, Katzenberg, who I didn't mean to turn into a supervillain. He just kind of naturally became that the more research I did. Because every single time a stupid decision was made at Disney, Katzenberg would be behind it. But when I do a video on Steven Universe, I'm not really going to talk about Rebecca Sugar much. other than, oh, she's the person, she's the showrunner. And I'm not going to sit there and talk about the Crewniverse much outside of like, oh, this is what I think about the writing in this part. But I'm not going to go and be like, oh, I don't understand the writing of this specific episode. I am going to Google who the writer is, and I'm going to see what else he worked on just so that I can find an explanation for this. No, it's just like, I understand what the writing is doing in this episode, and in this specific episode, it's bad, and I know why it's bad. I don't need to look up who wrote it to understand what went wrong here. And I'm specifically thinking about the episode in Steven Universe where Steven has to babysit Onion. I hate Onion as a character. I hate Onion so much. He's such a worthless character. The character has no reason to be there. He's like supposed to be a comedic relief, but he's not funny. And I don't need to look up the writer to know that. I don't need to look up the writer's filmography to explain Onion. I can just sit on a video and be like, let me tell you why Onion is terrible. Let me tell you why Onion is a terrible character. And why the episode where Steven has to babysit him is like the worst episode in the entire show. It's easy to do that without like finding the writer and asking him to explain himself. Hate him more than Ronaldo or Lars? Well, as I've said, HJ Fires. I say Fires, I think it's HJ Faze, actually. I am the world's only Lars fan. I am the only person in the entire world who actually really liked Lars. And then they did the Lars of the Stars thing, and I became irrationally angry because they ruined the character. The character that nobody else liked, and they still somehow ruined him, and it made me very angry because I liked Lars. I was the only person who liked Lars. And then they ruined Lars. And I became very angry. And I'm like, you screwed up Lars. I don't know how. Because nobody liked him and somehow you still screwed him up. As for Ronaldo, he annoys me. But it's not so much he that annoys me. It's the kind of person that his character is. I have very little tolerance for like conspiracy theory nuts. I don't particularly find them funny. And I don't particularly find them like worth clowning on. I just kind of find them annoying because I find that their very existence kind of insults my intelligence. Which is a very harsh thing to say, but that's like the most accurate way I can say it, where I'm like, you saying weird conspiracy bullshit at me is insulting my intelligence because you think that I would believe this bullshit. How stupid do you think I am? Like, it's that kind of feeling. And I feel that way about most conspiracy theorists. So Ronaldo is just kind of like, oh, he's one of these. Okay, whatever. And I think Ronaldo was very much written to be annoying and terrible. And again, if the character is just being, he's acting as, what's the phrase? Functioning as intended. If Ronaldo is functioning as intended, like, why would I get angry at that? Because, oh, they wrote a character to be an annoying conspiracy theorist loser. And guess what? He's an annoying conspiracy theorist loser. Okay, mission accomplished, I guess. Like, I'm not gonna get angry about this. You wanted to write a terrible character and you did it. Yay. Good job. Whereas like Lars, I get angry because what they were doing with Lars and the Stars, they thought they were being super cool and they ruined the character in their attempts to be super cool. And that's why it like really, really enrages me. Whereas Ronaldo is just Ronaldo. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I was neutral on Lars, if that counts. No way. When I saw Steven Universe the first time, before I dropped it, Lars was like the only character I liked. The only two characters I liked when I watched Steven Universe the first time before I dropped it was Peridot and Lars. Those were the only two characters I had any patience for in the show originally. I will say, if you went here for a previous stream, I am much more positive about Steven Universe now that I've watched the whole thing through. I'm not a Steven Universe hater. I'm not like sitting here saying, oh, it's the worst show ever. No, it's a good show. I just have issues with some of it. And that's why I think making a video would be kind of fun, because I'll title it something like Giving Steven Universe a Second Chance. And then I can talk about the things that I was wrong about, where I'm like, oh, I thought this was bad, but when I watched it all the way through, it turned out to be much better than I thought it would. And oh, they kind of stumbled here, which is why I hated it originally. But if I had kept watching, it would have improved. And I wouldn't have had such a negative opinion of it. But then there's other stuff like Lars of the Stars, which just enrages me. And a lot of times when they just copied other anime in a way that isn't funny or clever, and it kind of just comes across as that I made this meme. If you know, you probably know this, but I'm just going to get the image anyway. Where Steven Universe will do references to anime that kind of comes across like this. Where if this is anime, like this is anime and this is Steven Universe. And anime is like, I made this. And Steven Universe is like, you made this? I made this. Like that's what it comes across as a lot of the time. And it just really, really annoys me. And then people will be like, oh, well, it's a homage. And I'm like, no, that's not what a homage is. That is not how a homage works in movies or TV shows. That is just, and it's not even like trying to copy it and get away with it. Because it's not doing that. It's not trying to copy it and pretend it like came up with the idea originally. And to some degree, it feels like pandering. And I don't know whether it intends to be or not. Because sometimes it feels like the showrunners are going, hello fellow kids, about it. Where it's like, hey kids, you guys watch anime, right? Well, the people who made this show, they also watch anime. And cartoon creators don't often show that they watch anime. Isn't that wild? And like, the people watching are like, oh my god, I watch anime. And this show is referencing anime. And shows don't normally do that. But like, they are referencing Sailor Moon. And I recognize that. So it's a good show. Yay, because I connect with the show creators. And it's annoying. It's really, really annoying. There's a way to be inspired by anime without making a one-to-one mediocre copy of it. And I know this because there are cartoons and things that have done it in the past and have done it really well. Powerpuff Girls comes to mind. The way that Powerpuff Girls uses its anime influences without just directly copying it is very, very, very good. And it takes inspiration a lot in a way that's very good. But then you have like things like Steven Universe where they'll just do the thing. And people will be like, hey, they did the thing. And I'll be like, yeah. And they did the thing. Hooray. They went to film school, which I hope they did since they're animators, you know, whoopee. And I think it's also annoying because it's not even like a deep cut. Because it'll be things like, oh, they saw Sailor Moon. You know, even Utena, which Utena is a little bit more well-known these days. It might have been a little bit more niche when Steven Universe came out, but that's still kind of a mainstream anime to reference. Or thing to reference in general. Because then I'm thinking about like Pinky and the Brain, which, for the record, I love Pinky and the Brain. Pinky and the Brain is such a good show. It is like shocking how good that show is. The first season feels more like Animaniacs, where it's just doing Animaniacs but in its own show. And then the second you get past season 1, it turns into this really, really strange other show, which is very bizarre. I don't know how to quantify Pinky and the Brain. But anyway, Pinky and the Brain have an entire episode where they're just parodying The Man from La Mancha, which is a Don Quixote musical. And the entire episode is a musical. And it's just copying The Man from La Mancha for like no reason. And it's like, oh, okay. Why did you do this? And they had another episode where the entire episode is in black and white. and they're making fun of an Orson Welles movie from 1945 called The Third Man. And it's just straight up the movie. They're just doing beat for beat The Third Man. And it's really funny to me. Yeah, also The Third Man. And it's funny to me because you're a cartoon. You're an Animaniacs, like, side story. Why? You're like aimed at like 10-year-olds. Why do you have an entire episode that's parodying a 1940s Orson Welles movie? And then them doing that is the joke. Like, that in of itself is the humor, is the fact that they're doing that. And it's just really, really funny that they had the audacity to do that. Whereas with Steven Universe, it doesn't really come across that way. You know? Maybe if they had referenced something like Belladonna of Sadness, I would be a little bit more excited about an anime reference. Like, if you reference the Belladonna of Sadness in your Western cartoon, I might be more inclined to be excited about it or be like, oh, that's really cool. But to like reference Sailor Moon and Utena, which, just for the record, Sailor Moon and Utena are both like my top 2 favorite anime myself. So it just kind of, it's a very normie, it's a very normie anime to have be your favorite. Same with like Evangelion. It's like, oh, you like one of the most popular anime to ever be made? Okay. Wow, you like the popular thing. Cool. Oops, I'm zooming in on the browser window instead of the tablet. There we go. Pinky and the Brain video went, you know what? I've wondered whether I should make one at some stage, but I have an irrational fear that I will come across as one of those like early internet weirdo fanboys. And I'm trying to think how I describe the kind of person I'm thinking of without being insulting. But like the kind of internet weirdo, which you see a few of them now and again, but not as many. But in the late 2000s, there would be a specific kind of internet weirdo where they would be like hyper obsessed with a Disney or Warner Brothers show from the early 90s or late 80s, like Chip and Dale, or, you know, Rescue Rangers, or Goof Troop, or something like that. And they would draw like very weird, off-putting fetish art for it. And it doesn't matter what new show came out, and it doesn't matter what new product or TV show or movie came out, they would be so set on this one show from the 90s, and they would never ever move on from it. And so I really, really like Pinky and the Brain, and I worry that I would fall into that category of like an internet weirdo who just can't move on from this very niche children's show from the early to mid 90s that nobody else really cares about. So I'm like very scared to cover it because I'm like, this might just come across weird. I don't know. It's very irrational of me. It makes no sense because I'm not that kind of person at all. It's not reflective of my personality. But it's an irrational fear that I like really harbor, and I've harbored for a very, very long time. I guess it's something I'm just very self-conscious about, which is bizarre because there are other things from that I'm like really hung up about from that same time period, which I'm fine with. You're really hung up on Freakazoid. Yeah, I see it, but that's fine. Like, I'm like, yeah, Freakazoid is awesome. Freakazoid's a fantastic show. And again, I love Sailor Moon. That came out in 1992. You know, it's not as if Sailor Moon is this brand new property that's a hot topic or anything. Utena came out in 1997, and it's still my favorite anime of all time. And for some reason, that's fine. Like, in my brain, that's an okay thing to be a nerd about. But an early Warner Brothers cartoon that features like cartoon characters, like super, super cartoony characters, like for some reason, that's a bridge too far, and I can't explain to you why, because it makes no sense. It doesn't make sense because it just doesn't make sense. It's just a bizarre thing to have to be self-conscious about. But it's something I'm self-conscious about. So I feel like maybe if I cover enough other topics to kind of prove myself as having a more varied taste than just this one show I refuse to let die from the 90s. Like, maybe then I'll cover Pinky in the Brain, but for right now, I'm just like, I feel too like awkward about it for reasons that don't actually make sense and like doesn't really reflect reality to any kind of degree. Like, this does not reflect reality. This is a bizarre hang up you have that doesn't make sense. Like, I know, but I can't help it. 30 years ago, anime was still growing in the States, so you could argue these people were the OG fans who stuck it out despite others not understanding you for it. Yeah, I suppose so, right? Because me with Sailor Moon, I watched it for the first time when I was like 22, I think. I watched it for the first time when the internet got to a point where you could stream videos more easily. Because it never aired here. It was never on television. It was never on Cartoon Network, any of that. So I knew about it from forums and fan art and reading like people talking about it, but I had no access to the actual show itself until I was like an adult. So yeah, Sailor Moon, it's this weird like mix of kind of nostalgia, but not really. It's very bizarre. Are there any recent anime you really like? Yes, I really like Cyberpunk Edge Runners, and it's one of those shows where I didn't realize how much I liked it until well after I finished watching it. Because I watched it all the way through and I was like, hey, that was pretty good. And then the more time passed, the more I would keep thinking about it, and the more it would like circle back in my mind, and the more I would like revisit it in my brain when I think about its certain themes and the characters and the way it handled its narrative and the plot and its colors and the way it handled music and the way it did backgrounds. And I would just keep returning to it mentally over and over again. And I got to a point where I'm like, I think I might really like this show. I think I was like, yeah, it's like a 7 out of 10 when I watched it. And then I think back on it and I'm like, I think it hit me a lot more than I realized while I was watching it. Which makes me very excited for the new one coming up. I'm very, very excited to see what they do with the new one. Oh, also Dungeon Meshi. But I mean, I feel like that almost goes without saying. Like, if you like animation and if you like anime, of course you're gonna like Dungeon Meshi. Because everybody likes Dungeon Meshi. You have to be like a crazy person not to like Dungeon Meshi, in my opinion. No offense if you don't like Dungeon Meshi, but really, that's like, it's like one of those, oh, well, of course you like Dungeon Meshi, because the only people who don't like Dungeon Meshi are people who haven't watched it. Quite frankly. Dungeon Meshi, greater or less than Freyren. Here's my problem with Freyren, and it's not even a problem with the show itself. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I hadn't gotten to Freyren yet, and I was putting it off because I take quite a while before I get to watching things. That's just how I am. I've always been that way. It takes me a long time to kind of get to things because I don't like rushing into things when they're the hot topic. I like waiting a while, and then I like getting to it when I'm ready, and then I will just completely consume the media and like really ruminate on it and think about it and spend a lot of time with it, right? So I hadn't gotten to Freyren when it came out. And I knew what it was about, and I knew what the themes and the topic and the plot was. I don't know what happens in episode by episode, but I knew what the overall story was of Freyren. And then in October last year, one of my closest friends died, and I have not watched Freyren, and I don't think I will watch Freyren for a while. And that's why I haven't seen Freyren, and that's why I don't have an opinion on it right now, and why I probably won't have an opinion on it for a very, very long time. So sorry about that. Sorry to bring the mood down, but like that's my relationship with Freyren, which is that there isn't one yet. I made the great mistake of watching Look Back a while ago, because I didn't know what it was, and it drew me in with like the really funny drawings that the main character did at the beginning of the movie, where she's drawing like really shitty anime doodles that we all made in middle school. And then I watched the entirety of Look Back, and it was the wrong decision because I didn't know what the movie was about, and I kind of like really ruined my day and my week, and it was a bad time, and it was the wrong decision. So yeah, I haven't seen Faded. I'm sure it's good and I want to watch it, just not right now. I'll watch other things instead. I really love Faded, another show I binged through, and I would strongly recommend watching it when you're ready. Oh yeah, no, I definitely want to watch it at some point. I'm still watching Aoi Hono, which is not an anime, it's a live action show. I'm watching it like episode by episode quite slowly because I'm semi-using it to research in a way the video I want to do on Daikon 4, because Aoi Hono is a fictional story based on the real experiences of the mangaka who was in the same animation class as Hideaki Anno, who made Evangelion. And so Aoi Hono is about a fictional character who's in the same class as Hideaki Anno, who is just kind of constantly getting beaten into the ground by how good Hideaki Anno is, and like how he can't measure up to Anno. And it's really funny. It's like probably one of the best shows I have ever watched in my entire life. And specifically as an animator, and specifically as a weeb, and specifically as someone who went to animation college. Like, Aoi Hono is so good. And when I do the Daikon video, I'm going to have to be very clear that Aoi Hono is not a documentary. It's not meant to be a one-to-one to reality. However, it does give footage that I can use as B-roll as I'm describing the real-life events that led to Daikon 4. Because it's all in there. It's Hideaki Anno meeting the other members of Gainax. It's about them getting together and forming a team, basically, and then working towards making Daikon 3. And all of that is in Aoi Hono. It just happens to center around a character who doesn't exist. So that's what I've actually been watching. And apart from that, so that's the closest thing to an anime I've been watching lately, is Aoi Hono, which is great. See, that's the thing. It uses anime references because how can it not? But it uses it in a way where it makes sense for what the show is about, but it also doesn't feel like it's trying to use those things just to be like, hello, fellow kids about it. Because they'll reference things like Captain Harlock, which there's an entire scene in like episode 2 where the main character gets an inspirational speech from Captain Harlock, and it's really funny. Because Captain Harlock, not the anime version, the manga version. So you have this manga illustration of Captain Harlock who just shows up in his bedroom and gives him like an inspirational speech. And it's really, really funny. And they reference Lupin the Third, which made me happy because I love Lupin the Third. And they reference Ultraman a lot. I think Hideaki Anno, he has an Ultraman t-shirt on throughout the entire show. I don't think he ever changes out of it. I think that's just like his default outfit. And they reference Ideon. I forget if it's it's Space Fortress Ideon, right? They reference that quite a bit. And what else? Well, anyway, they throw in a lot of anime references, which aren't just like thematically on point, but they don't just reference them to be like, hey, remember this anime? It's like, no, they're actually commenting on it, and they have funny things to say about it. There's a scene where our main character, Hono, is doing like his manly walk down the college. And you know how in America, you had kids who would do like the Naruto run at college? Like, you had that one kid in America. We didn't really have it here because we didn't get Naruto. But you had that kid in American colleges who would like Naruto run everywhere and like would wear the Naruto headband. Well, Hono in Aoi Hono, he would imitate the like choppy animation that Captain Harlock was animated in walking in, and he would like do that walk cycle around campus. Like in the exact way that people with Naruto ran around college in America. He's walking around literally copying Captain Harlock, and then Hideaki Anno would walk past him without even being told that that's what he's doing, and Hideaki Anno will tell him, no, it's more like this, and then he would do the walk cycle better. And then Hono would like lose his mind because once again, Hideaki Anno is better at something than he is. And that's the whole show, and it's really funny. Did you finish Kuga yet? Are you going to pick up another Kamen Rider series? I've not finished Kuga yet because I found that Kuga is obviously, it aired on TV like on a week-to-week basis. And I found out very quickly that Kuga is not a show you can sit down and binge watch. Because if you binge watch Kuga, the Monster of the Week formula can get very, very repetitive. And it's better to kind of space it out and watch maybe 1 or 2 episodes and then put it down and then watch more of it rather than sit down and watch the entire thing or watch like 5 episodes in a row. Because if you do that, it gets very tiring. Like it gets very, very tiring very, very quickly. So I haven't finished Kuga yet because I decided, I need to space this out because I'm kind of burning out on Kuga because it's a lot of the same formula over and over again. But I do plan to watch another Kamen Rider series once I finish Kuga. I'm wondering whether I should go back and watch like the first one. Excuse me. Whether I should watch the original Kamen Rider Kuga. Not Kuga. The original Kamen Rider from like is it 60s or 70s? I think Kamen Rider is 70s. Yeah. Kamen Rider is 70s. I think Ultraman is 60s, if I remember correctly. I did also get the entire series of the original Ultraman. I need to sit down and like watch more of it. I've watched like 2 or 3 episodes. It's good. It's very, very 60s, but I quite like it. Like it's very much of its time in a way that's really enjoyable. Heads up, that's how a lot of Kamen Rider series are. Very Monster of the Week. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And again, it makes sense for the formatting in which the show was released, right? But I think I was approaching it more like the Sailor Moon live-action show, which the Sailor Moon live-action show is also a Monster of the Week Sentai show. But the Sailor Moon show, it had a more episode-by-episode story going on that was similar to the Sailor Moon anime. So even though you're watching a Monster of the Week show, every single episode had like a story going on. So it was easier to watch a lot of episodes in a row because there was always something happening. Whereas with Kamen Rider Kuga, a lot of episodes would be back-to-back and not much plot would happen because it's a lot of just kind of, oh, the monster appeared, we have to go fight him. Have I watched Gundam before? I've watched the movie version of the very first Gundam series, and it was quite a while ago, and I need to rewatch it. And then I want to watch the movie 2 and 3, so I will have more or less seen the original Gundam series. And then I want to watch Gundam 83, because that's actually the main reason I started watching the original Gundam, is so that I could watch Gundam 83 afterwards. Because I hear that Gundam 83 is really, really good. And I've seen some of the animation for it, and it looks gorgeous. And I know a lot of the very good animation is just kind of in the intro, but it's so good looking. It's such a good looking show that I'm like, I kind of need to watch this. I really need to see this show. It looks so good. Yeah, you don't get major plot points for Kuga until like the last half of the quarter of the season. Yeah, I kind of felt that. But it's fine, because again, I will get back to it, because I really like, what's the man's name? I know his name. It's not your guy. Gogai. I really like Gogai as a main character. He's just inherently likable. 0083? Yes. Gogai as a main character, he's just a likable character. And it's partly his actor, and it's partly the way he's written. He's just nice to follow. He's a character that you enjoy spending time with. Godai, yes, thank you. Yeah, Godai is just really, really good. He's just a great character, and I really like him. And I think he's interesting because we haven't really explored a lot of what makes him tick yet. But even though we haven't had like him come on screen and explain what's going on with him yet or anything like that, I kind of can tell what makes him tick in a way where I want to know more. And I think that's always an indication of a very well-written character, where you can kind of get where he's coming from. You can kind of see why he is the way he is, or you have guesses as to why he is this way, but you want to know more to kind of make sure that you're right, that your guess is correct, and you kind of want to learn more about him. And I was that way when I played Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time as well, because with characters like with Astarion, I kind of knew Astarion's deal going in because everybody likes Astarion, so I knew that Astarion was an abuse victim before I started playing. But then there were characters like Lysel, and Lysel is a fascinating character to me, and I kind of got her whole thing early on that, oh, well, she's from this super warrior race who thinks everyone is below her. And, oh, da boy, you going out? Okay, thanks for hanging out, da boy. I gotta hop off, got a birthday party to get to. Enjoy. But with Lysel, she is a Gith, so she's from this like super warrior race who thinks everyone is below them and that everyone else should just kind of subjugate themselves to the Gith, because the Gith are the only ones trying to fight against the Illithids. So they just kind of hate everyone, and they're seen as like really evil. They're seen as a inherently evil race. So then Lysel is there, and she kind of embodies that philosophy. But then every single time something would happen or a character would show up where I'm like, oh, Lysel is going to hate this, she ends up being very reasonable, and she like makes up her own mind about things, even though it goes against what she should think about things because of of her race and how she was brought up. And it made me really interested in Lysel as a character, even before you get to like any of the Vlaakith stuff. I was just fascinated by Lysel because I'm like, I can kind of get who this character is and how they tick, but I want to know more about them because I need to know where this is coming from. Like, I need to know where the psychology is building from because it's just really interesting. And I think, like I said, that's just indicative of really good character writing. And Godai is very similar, where it's not that he's super complicated or anything, but you can kind of put together why he's the way he is, but you don't have all the information yet. So you want them to introduce more to you. So you understand the character, but you want like the full story. It reminds me of, I was watching a few years ago, I was watching Ashley Burton react to Casablanca, and you have Rick who comes on screen, and you kind of immediately know the kind of character that Rick is in Casablanca. But at some point in the movie, it like shows Rick drinking alone at the bar, and it starts zooming in on his face, and because you know how a movie works, you know you're about to get a flashback scene. And as she was watching the movie for the first time, Ashley was just like clapping and going, show me what you're feeling. Show me what you're feeling, Rick. And it's because he's an interesting character who she already understands, but she wants to know the angsty backstory that made him like this. And again, that's just good writing. You get the character, but you want to know what made them like this. You know what made them like this, but you want the details. You want them to like lay it out and explain it to you because you're genuinely interested in them. I love Baldur's Gate 3, but when I get to Act 3, my interest just falls off a cliff. I am the opposite because I really like Act 3. I think Act 3 is probably my favorite part of the game. Even though it's really scuffed in Act 3 because they had to rush, I really like the game and I like Act 3. And it has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that the Emperor shows up in Act 3. That's coincidental. No. It's got nothing to do with him showing up in Act 3. But no, I like Act 3 the most because a lot of like pieces come together in Act 3, and that's why it's my favorite. And because I like how big the map is in Act 3. I just enjoy walking around in the giant city. It's really fun. In my opinion, 0083 has the best realistic mecha battles in the history of anime. Plot-wise, some say it's a bit too pro-Xeon. Anyway, I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, no, I'm super interested. I know that people also like, what's the other one? Gundam Pegasus, I think. The like super stylized one, if I can put it that way. The one that, just from looking at screenshots and the art style, it looks like Code Geass before Code Geass existed. Like just the way the characters are drawn and like the super sharp pointy art style made me Gundam Wings or Unicorn? I think Unicorn. I think no, you know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of Gundam Zeta. I'm thinking Gundam Zeta. I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm thinking of. Give me Gundams with mustaches. I hated that guy. Motherfucker tries to make me consume some weird freaky tadpole. My ass is not turning into a squid, man. See, I am the opposite. I knew that there was going to be an illithid in the game that becomes a party member at in Act 3. I knew that was happening. And I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. And I didn't think of it beyond that. I was like, oh, that's cool. I can't wait to see like how they do that. I'm interested to see how they work a character like that into the story. And then the Emperor shows up. And if you go onto my Tumblr and like scroll back or search for my posts when he first came on screen, you can see me in real time lose my shit, where I'm like writing, God damn it, no, why is this the motherfucker I'm imprinting on? No, I refuse. Why is the squid the one that's getting me? No, this is bullshit. Why is it always the weirdo character that I absolutely imprint on? And you can just in real time see me accept the fact that the squid is officially my favorite romance in the entire game. And it's really funny because you can see my post where I'm just like fighting my fate, and I'm like really desperately trying to get out of the situation where it's not the stereotypical monster again that I end up liking from a character writing point. And like I'm like, well, this, out of all the options in this game, with all these really interesting characters who are all very fascinating and I really like all of them, why is it the squid that I go, oh yeah, this is the romance I like. This is the romance option I'm going for. Completely unplanned. Completely unplanned. I was 100% trying to go for Astarion because I didn't realize that the romance locks you out if you don't get it locked in after Act 1. You don't get the romance. I didn't know that's how the game worked because I like playing games without looking anything up. So I was still under the impression that I had a shot at Astarion because everybody liked him and I was interested to see like what his romance path is. And then the squid showed up and ruined my life. Oh wait, I actually remember I made a video about my reaction. I threw it together in editing. Let me see if I can find it. Tumblr's search function is horrifically broken. So I don't know whether it'll be able to find it, but I'll see. Do that and use this filter, do that and use this filter and do that. Nope, content free. Okay, Tumblr can't find it because Tumblr's search function is broken, and it's fine. I might post it as a short or something. I need to use the short function of YouTube more. The thing is, right, I have an extension on my browser that YouTube does not show shorts to me on desktop because I hate shorts. I hate short video formats. I hate how shorts function. I hate the TikTok format. I really despise it. I find it incredibly annoying. So I forget that shorts are a thing. I forget that they exist because I don't like them and I don't use them and I have an extension so I don't have to see them. And the only thing that's really made me ever look at shorts is the fact that Nigel and Marmalade uploads as shorts. And there are almost no episodes of Nigel and Marmalade that are just like normal videos because The guy who makes it just uploads it as shorts. I think he gets more views that way or something. If H.P. Lovecraft could see Tumblr, you know full well he'd go, I'm sorry, I understand none of this. The thing is, H.P. Lovecraft was asexual as shit. Like, that man, first of all, autistic as hell. Second of all, asexual as hell. There's I read part of his biography, I need to get back to it. There's a part where, at some other gentleman's party, one of the other men made like a passing comment about Lovecraft's sex life, just like as men do, especially at the time, you know, it's just like a passing whatever comment. And Lovecraft, I think he either did or was just stopped punching the guy in the face because the guy dared to suggest that Lovecraft had sex. And that just made him so angry that he like wanted to throw hands with this person just because he hated the idea of having sex that much. And I'm like, I see. It's like, okay, I understand. I see what's going on here. Lovecraft may have had syphilis, which caused Love his behavioral problems. Yeah, the thing is with Lovecraft, I'm convinced his mother did like Munchausen by proxy with him. His mother had a lot of mental issues, so I'm not going to say like, oh, she was a terrible person. Like, I will say that Walt Disney's father was a terrible person because Elias with Disney genuinely makes me angry. And it's because, I don't know whether I'd say terrible person. The way that Elias treated the people in his life makes me very angry. Because it's not that he was outright abusive or terrible, like just awful or any of that. It was a very more banal way in which he mistreated most of his family. Whereas Lovecraft's mother, there was very, very clearly something wrong there. Because since he was a very small child, she would tell people that, oh, he's on the verge of death. Oh, he's very delicate. Oh, he can't go out in bright sun or he'll die. Oh, you can't like grab him by his arm or he'll just explode into a puff of dust. She would tell that to people over, like anyone who would listen, she would tell that while Lovecraft was within earshot. And she would also tell every single person who spoke to her that he was ugly. Like, and not like in a, oh, he's so ugly. She would be like, it's so sad how ugly my child is. It's like really, it's really messed up. And so Lovecraft grew up with a mother like that and also lived with her until he was 30 and she had to be put in a institution because of like her mental issues. So yeah, it's very possible that Lovecraft had a form of syphilis which caused a lot of behavioral problems. But I don't think that was like the smoking gun as to why he was the way he was. There was a lot going on there. There was way too much going on there to be like, oh, it's because of this one very obvious thing. It's like, yeah, but there's like 12 very obvious things and they were all happening at the same time. Oh, where is this add-on to remove YouTube Shorts? I must have it. Let me see if I can find it. What is it called? I'm on Firefox and it's called... Let me just... Hide Shorts for YouTube. That's literally all it's called. It's just called Hide Shorts for YouTube. TM. And I just install that as a browser extension and it just hides shorts and I never have to see them. It does make it a little bit annoying if people like send me a YouTube short in Discord. I can watch it in Discord, but I can't open it in the browser because then the browser just gets confused because it's trying to hide something that I'm opening up as an address and it doesn't work. But you know what, that's fine. It's a small price to pay for not having to see shorts because they're awful. In that case, my mother must have looked at Lovecraft's mother and taken notes on her. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. But yeah, there was a lot going on there. But yeah, interesting things with Lovecraft. Like, he had a months-long argument. I might have mentioned this before because it's like one of my favorite stories. or anecdotes or trivia or whatever, where Lovecraft had a months-long argument with another writer in the horror magazine they would submit their stories to, because the other writer wrote a horror romance, and Lovecraft hated it. He didn't think romance should be part of horror. I think he just hated it because it was romance, which obviously, but I think like that was part of the thing, is like he just hated romance in general. So the fact that somebody wrote a horror romance just deeply upset him. So he and this other person had like a months-long like Reddit argument in the letters column of the magazine, where they would just go back and forth at each other through the letters section until like the editor of the magazine had to step in and tell them to knock it off and shut up, because they wouldn't stop arguing about this like banal detail that nobody else cared about. And it's just very funny to me. I'm like, oh, Lovecraft would have been one of those people that just spent like every single hour of the day on Reddit like arguing with people about like fictional characters and like genre specific things. Like he is 1000% that kind of person. And I like it so much because it just goes to show like fandom interactions and the way that people interacted with each other in fandom spaces have literally always been the same. Even before the internet made it so easy to argue with people about fandom nonsense, they found a way to do it via the letters section of a horror magazine. I don't think I watch any shorts besides cat videos. I mean, that's fair. Although I've had to stop watching anime. Like, I can't watch animal videos on YouTube anymore. Because if I do, that's all that YouTube recommends to me. They'll just flood my front page with animal videos. And as somebody who likes watching long videos while I work, that's really, really annoying to me. I'm like, I don't want a bunch of like a minute-long video about a cat. I want an 8-hour video about Pokemon. Or like a tornado essay or something. Not now, I must show this random stranger on the internet that I am correct and they are not. That's exactly the kind of person Lovecraft was. Like 1000% that's the kind of person he was. It's very funny to me. Right now, my front page is flooded with retired racehorses. Gee, Dana, I wonder why. But also, that's also why I don't watch any like Uma Musume videos at all. Is because my YouTube does the exact same thing. I can watch one Uma Musume video, and YouTube would freak out, and that's like all it would recommend to me for like a week. Because I made the mistake of watching one video. It's really frustrating. I saw a picture that I don't know how true it is of Peridot screaming, "I can't die here, I have internet arguments, I need to win." Yeah, no, that's not in the show, but that is 1000% something she would say. that is exactly something she would say. Reminds me how in some comics you can see fan letters where the writer is having a screaming match. Yeah. Let me see, what else? Well, I say what else, there's a lot still to do, but I want to see like what... I suppose I can do the block colors so long before I move on to Shaman. Well, I need to do the eye colors for Charmander as well. I did not think drawing only 3 Pokemon would take this long. Quite frankly. I underestimated them. But it's fine, we'll finish this up. I ended up getting way too many cooking shorts recommended after watching maybe 2. Yeah. See, that's the same thing that happens to me. And then it's annoying because, again, I'll watch so many videos about, like, video game essays or animation essays. I will watch so many of those. And yet, YouTube doesn't recommend them as much to me as it does animal videos or Uma Musume videos or whatever the hell, like things where I would watch one video and that would be all YouTube shows me. But the things that I watch on a regular basis, it'll never show me and I have to go hunting for them and it's really, really frustrating. Then Pokemons be hard to illustrate. Yeah, it's not that they're hard. It's just more time consuming than I expected it to. But I also think it's because when I like get deeply involved in a topic and I want to like really think about what I have to say, I like stop drawings just so I can articulate my thoughts. I love the original Gen 1 artwork Ken Sugimori. For some reason, I never liked the stiff posing they ended up getting in their official arts in later years. You know, it's interesting you say that, Dana, because in Radical Soda's video, which I love, I watched his Pokemon reviews when he was uploading the parts, and he's now compiled them into one video that's 8 hours and 50 minutes long. But in that, he pointed out that in newer Pokemon, especially the newest one, Scarlet and Violet, the illustrations are literally just traceovers of the 3D models. They're not illustrations. They've just traced over the 3D models. And like Radical Soda said, he's sure they gave Sugimori like 5 minutes and the budget of a napkin to do those illustrations. So it's not really Sugimori's fault that he had to illustrate like over 1,000 Pokemon in like a year. But yeah, that's also why the new illustrations kind of look terrible. It's because they're all trace jobs of a 3D model. I've got to head out. I need dinner and then heading out for the night. Good night. Thanks for hanging out, Andrea. The algorithm is a lot like that guy at a party who misunderstands what you mention in passing and must insist he understands the topic better than you do. Yeah, I've met that exact guy. I met a guy at a party once who like talked about one topic, and I happened to know something about the topic, so I mentioned like I brought up my own knowledge about it, and he was like so infatuated with the fact that I knew something about it. He like stalked me for the rest of the party just so he could keep talking about it to me. And I didn't want to talk to him, not because I found him weird, but I had like other people I wanted to hang out with at the party, and this dude would just not, he would not leave me alone because he really, really just wanted to talk about this one topic because I happened to express passing trivia that I knew about it. It was so awkward. Is that handsome Squidward in the corner? No, it's Freddie Mercury, as you can clearly see, because the chat kept telling me to character design Freddie Mercury in the style of an 80s anime, and I said that I can't do that. I'm really tired tonight, and that's gonna take a lot of effort, and they wouldn't leave me alone. So I drew Freddie Mercury in the corner, and now he's supervising the rest of the stream. So that's who that is. Specifically someone who since left chat. Yeah. It's like, I demand Freddie Mercury. So next month's Freddie Mercury as a Utena character. Oh jeez, can you imagine Freddie Mercury in Utena? The sad thing is I kind of can. I can way too easily than what it should be imagine Freddie Mercury like within the bounds of Utena. I can see it working somehow. Somehow. Pokemon trainer Freddie Mercury. What would Freddie Mercury's Pokemon be? Like Loudred, I would think. And I don't know. I want to say Jinx, but maybe not. When I think of Jinx, all I think about is the fact that she's a Ganguro girl. And because America is America, they threw a fit and they were like, it's a racist caricature. And I'm like, no, it's a caricature of a Ganguro girl. Specifically a Kuro Ganguro girl. Let me see if I can find a picture. Oh, Kuro Gyaru is the better way. Where is... I mean, this is the famous picture. I suppose I can use this one. This is a better one. It's a really small picture though. Let's see if I can get a big one. There we go. Copy image. Like, Jinx is supposed to be a Kuro Gyaru. Like, that's what Jinx is supposed to be. And the whole concept behind Gyaru and Ganguro is it's supposed to be rebellious against traditional Japanese beauty standards. It's supposed to be like a fuck you to like the traditionalist approach that Japan has towards beauty, which is jet black hair, pale skin, red lips, large eyes. And Gyaru and Ganguro literally looked at that and said, fuck that, we can do whatever the hell we want, and we don't feel like conforming to this bullshit beauty standard. And my video is buffering because YouTube doesn't want to hear my hot takes about Jinx the Pokemon. So let me know if you guys can hear me before I go on with this rant. Because it's a topic that like really annoys me that people get this wrong. Because I'm not annoyed that they changed Jinx to be purple. You can hear me? Okay, thank you. I don't mind that they changed Jinx to purple. That's fine. Because I can see them being like, okay, well, it's a misunderstanding. Let's not, this isn't a hill worth dying on, right? It's not a hill worth like digging our heels into. It's not something to like start an argument over, so we don't mind changing her. But I do get very annoyed when I see people like, well, did you know that Jinx was originally a racist stereotype? And I'm like, no, Jinx was originally a kurogyaru, which is a Japanese fashion style that was meant to be highly feminist because it was against traditional Japanese beauty standards. And that's why Jinx looks like that. I don't understand why Jinx is based on that and an ice type as well. Maybe because they're cold as ice? I don't know. I don't know what the ice typing is, but Jinx came out before ice was a type as far as I know. No. When was ice introduced as a typing? Was it Gen 1 or was it Gen 2? I feel like it was Gen 2, but I might be wrong. Because I have quite a clear memory of Dugong and Seal being water types and then becoming ice types. Was it Gen 1? That's so weird. You'd think that'd be something they introduced in Gen 2. Because, like, Dark is something they introduced in Gen 2. And that just seems like a far more obvious thing to add to Gen 2. Lapras and Jinx? Yeah, that's very, very strange. But yes, why did they make her ice? It might have just been a balancing thing, because there's a few Pokemon like that where they didn't really have a typing for it, so they just dumped it into one type just to like balance out the game, so it doesn't really make sense. But it's what they got. They were only Dugong and Seal or Ice Water. Ah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, sure thing, bros, right up there with the racism in Jungle Book. Yeah, I've gone on about the quote-unquote racism in Jungle Book a lot. Because that's, like, I think I said it in the last stream and I stand by it, where it's like, I don't mind you calling it out the racism, but at least be accurate about it. Be accurate about the racism if you're going to call out the racism. And with Jinx, it's just not racist. It's just a very specific cultural thing which doesn't translate well to America. And again, I can understand changing it because it's an offensive stereotype in America, but I do kind of get irritated with people who say, oh, it was definitely intended to be a racist stereotype. And I'm like, it really wasn't. It was just kind of a big misunderstanding, and it's fine. It's actually okay that it was just this misunderstanding. But yes, us Americans have done a stunningly amazing job of projecting onto other cultures and poo-pooing such behavior. Yeah, in this case though, like I said, I don't mind them going, oh crap, we should change that, because I do kind of get that in this case, it's not really hurting anyone to change it. Oh, hey Aiden, thank you so much. it's not hurting anyone to change it. It's just like, oh, okay, well, we'll make her purple because it still gets the idea across without us accidentally insulting anyone, right? And so I don't mind too much. Like I said, my issue is just with people who insist that it was malicious intent when it really wasn't. It was just a misunderstanding. And it's now fixed. And we don't need to pretend that it was this massive outrage when it really wasn't. I think a similar thing happens with anime. They don't really do it as much because they also kind of realize that it makes the West freak out. But whenever an older anime has, I forget what the Buddhist term for it is, but the symbol which was then appropriated into a swastika, and I'm not talking about the swastika itself, I'm talking about the original symbol, and I forget what it's called, and it's going to bother me, and I could look it up. The manji? Thank you. Whenever they use the manji, and people would like lose their minds, and they would have to explain that, no, it's a manji. It's not what you're saying it is, and I don't want to say the word too much because I don't want to get demonetized. Like, that really irritates me as well. But again, I think it's frustrating because it's just like, it displays a level of ignorance where I'm like, guys, Google is free. It's very, very easy to just learn these things. Like, do you think I just learned these things because we spoke about them in school? No, I just learned these things because I would look things up. I would be interested about things in the world, and I would like Google it, and then I'd learn things. So that's why I find it very frustrating. Social justice is a very American thing because, of course, Americans are too good at justice and socializing for interpretation to ever be accidental. The jokes write themselves. Yeah, again, it's not everybody, though. I think it is, like with most things, it's a vocal minority that scream and yell about it very loudly, whereas normal people don't scream and yell about it. They just kind of carry on with their lives because they're normal human beings. And then it ends up with this unfortunate, like, false, what do you call that? Like a false positive or something, where the minority that's loud becomes a representative of the whole, when they're really, really not that at all. Like, they don't represent anyone but themselves, really. But because normal people just kind of stay in their lane, they don't get noticed as much as the like vocal minority does. And like I said, that's just the case for everything. That's just everyone. That's not a uniquely American thing. Speaking of which, I still need to see World Police. Team America World Police. I still need to watch that because that was like the entire joke of that movie. That's why it's called World Police. It's because Matt Stone and Trey Parker were like, well, everybody says that America just polices the rest of the world, so let's just make a movie that's like the joke. That's the joke. And then let's also do it in the style of the Thunderbirds for literally no reason other than we can. And I think that's kind of amazing. So I need to watch that. I just haven't because when it came out, I was a little young for it. And then I just kind of fell off and never really looked into it. And as I've gone on, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should look into that because as I get older, the more I realize the humor, like, again, it's like Pinky and the Brain doing The Third Man for an entire episode, is Matt Stone and Trey Parker being like, oh, we're going to make a movie and we're going to do it in the style of the Thunderbirds, like the original Thunderbirds, where it's like puppetry. It's like, but why? I was like, I don't know, because we can. Why not? And that's the joke, and that's exactly my style of humor, is just to do something stupid. And it's just funny, because it's like, there's no reason for you to do it this way. It's so much harder to do it this way. It's like, yeah, so we did it. American soul culture is based on being very independent. So, of course, you have loud vocal minority from USA who think they can say whatever. Yeah, we got those too, to a certain degree, but in a different flavor, where it's not independent so much as it is perseverance, I guess. Like, if any other South Africans are on the chat, they'll know what I mean. There's like a vocal minority in our country who thinks the fact that culturally we're a very persevering group of people, it means we should be allowed to express our views because we fought and bled for the right to do so, etc. And, that should give me the right to be loud and yell my opinion because my great-grandfather persevered so hard, blah, 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 blah. You know the drill. It's literally the same thing, just in a different flavor. I think part of it was so they could do a graphic sex scene and get away with it because marionettes don't have genitals. You know what? You might be right, but that seems like a really crazy excuse, I guess, to do the entire movie in puppetry. Like, there's a lot of ways you could do that and do it much easier than deciding you're going to do the entire movie in puppetry. It reminds me of Dolomite Is My Name, which is a really good movie. If you haven't seen it, please watch Dolomite Is My Name. It's such a good movie and it's so fun. But in the movie, Rudy Ray Moore says to, I forget the actress's name, the character's name, the actress, he doesn't have the sex scene with her in the movie, but he's going to have a sex scene with one of the other actresses in his movie that he's making inside the movie. And he was very, very, not upset, but he was like really unsure of it because he was very self-conscious because he wasn't some athletic hunk, and this was the first movie he was ever making, so he didn't really know how to do a sex scene like that. And he was terrified of doing it because he's like, it's going to be so cringe, it's going to be so bad, nobody is going to like it, everybody is going to walk out of the theater. And the actress says to him, it doesn't have to be sexy. It can be funny. And so that entire sex scene in the real movie, Dolomite, is the way it is because they realized, if we do this like a comedy, it'll go over a lot better than if we try and do this sincerely. And they were right. If you don't know, Dolomite Is My Name is a Netflix movie that's a biography about Rudy Ray Moore, who made a movie in the 70s called Dolomite because he went to the movies with his friends to see some other picture, and him and his friends, as black guys in the 70s, could not believe that the movie they were watching was what was considered good cinema. And they realized that there was not a single other black person in the theater because that community did not find that kind of movie entertaining. So they decided they were going to make a movie themselves that was for the black community and was that kind of humor and the things that the black community would enjoy seeing in a movie. And they made the movie Dolomite. And Dolomite is a very strange movie because it's not a so bad it's good movie, but also it is a so bad it's good movie. It's an entertaining movie that is trying to be entertaining, and it is entertaining to watch. And the parts that's not good about it, you're not really sure that the people making it thought it was good either. They just kind of wanted to make a movie, and this was the best way they could make the movie they wanted to make, and it ended up being a massive success. And the movie is highly entertaining. And Dolomite Is My Name is the documentary about how that movie came to be. And it's really fascinating and interesting. And Eddie Murphy plays Rudy Ray Moore because Eddie Murphy was actually mentored by the real Rudy Ray Moore. So just really, really good movie. I was hoping it would win the Oscar when it came out because it was nominated, but it didn't. And that's fine because the Oscars only mean so much at the end of the day, really. So that's a movie recommendation from me. And I'm almost done here. I'm not really going to do a lot of shading on this picture, I think. I'll probably just throw something down here and here and there to give it some dimension. But I'm not going to go all out. That was the mistake I made on a drawing I'm doing for myself. I'm busy doing just a little comic that for a joke that I thought was funny. But I made the extreme mistake of inking it. Normally I don't. I normally just color my pencil lines for comics that I post on Tumblr. But for this one, because I was testing a new brush pen, I started inking it. And then because I inked it, I needed to color it in a certain way, otherwise it would look bad. So I've essentially locked myself into making this very intensive, artwork that I wasn't really prepared for. And it's taking so long and I'm really, really exhausted by it. And I really want it to be done because I did not intend to spend so much time with it. So I'm kind of at a point where I'm like, I need to learn how to stop doing that, where I get myself into a position with a picture where I end up doing more work than I originally meant to. And then I just end up completely burnt out on it by the time I'm finished. Which is not really a problem I used to have, but I think because I'm so busy working on the movie, when I have time to draw for myself, it's like I purposefully make it harder on myself because I feel like, well, I need to use the time that I have to draw to like draw as much as I can, because otherwise I'm not going to have an opportunity to do so, and then I just end up like just doing way too much. My connection is once again telling me that it's poor, and chat is really slow, so I'm not entirely sure if the connection dropped or if people are just quiet. So I'm just kind of yapping here. I mean, I can check my phone, but so far every single time it says connection poor, it's been fine. Let me have a look. Still good? Okay. Just double checking, because like I said, it would be kind of embarrassing if I'm just sitting here yapping and then it's because nobody's watching because the connection died. It would be funny, but a little bit embarrassing. It's fine to like talk to chat, but if I'm like talking to myself, I always feel really self-conscious. I don't know why. Like if I'm recording audio, it's fine. If I'm talking to chat, it's fine. But to talk to yourself in your room to nobody, I don't know, that comes across as really weird to me. You've had enough scuff stream moments. I don't blame you. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like really conditioned me into expecting the stream to just completely die at any moment. But speaking of which, in a roundabout way, I'm trying to think when I have time to get back to videos and when I'm done with the Velma review. I said I want to do the Steven Universe video, which I still do, but I've kind of been wondering whether I should just do another Disney video in the meantime, because I've been feeling a little bit more like I might want to tackle The Little Mermaid, which if you've been here a while, you know that my big hang up is that it's my favorite Disney movie and I have so much to say about it that I kind of intimidated myself out of speaking about it, and I didn't really know what to do, so I just put it on ice for now. But I'm wondering if after Velma, that isn't the next big focus. Because as you can hear, I've got a few videos like in the oven that I want to deal with. I want to do the Daikon 4 video. I want to do the Steven Universe video. I want to do the maybe the Has Been Hotel video. And I have like all these ideas. I am really spoiled for choice as to what I would like to talk about. But I'm wondering if I want to get back to Disney, because I've kind of been feeling The Little Mermaid again. I'm getting to a point where I like want to talk about it rather than being intimidated by it. I actually just want to talk about it. And I was looking up like concept art and things for it last night to see if there was any concept art which I didn't already have saved to my folder. Not that I have every single piece of concept art imaginable, but there's some concept art which might be important and which I might want to have, because I have a lot of like Ariel herself, but it might be nice to, because I was more interested in the concept art rather than the character sheets or the character designs or like the rough animation. And there is some concept art out there, but there's not as much as you'd think. And I recently got a copy of The Illusion of Life, but The Illusion of Life was written and published before The Little Mermaid came out, so it doesn't really have any information on The Little Mermaid, which is a shame. I'm trying to survive the weekend with a neighbor who's unstable enough to make me wonder if he'll break in and kill me in my sleep. Business as usual. Yeah, you were saying before the stream started that he was like yelling at himself or something. It's very weird. I'm so sorry. I was going to joke that maybe he's playing League of Legends or something, if it makes you feel better. What do you think about House MD? No reason, just wondering. I haven't watched it, but I have been interested in checking it out, because it seems in a way like it's not the same, but it feels like it might have a lot in common with like Psych or any of the shows that came out around that time. It's got like a similar feeling to it, even though it's a far more serious show as far as I understand. So I am interested in looking into it, especially because like in Scrubs, I really liked Dr. Cox. I really enjoyed Dr. Cox a lot. So I was thinking, well, I would probably like House MD then, because if I like Dr. Cox, Dr. House seems like basically the same character in many ways, except he's not in a straight up comedy. So I've been interested in checking it out, but I just haven't yet. You love Psych. Psych is so good. I saw that it's been added to our Netflix. I don't know if it's still up there, but it made me go, geez, I really need to rewatch Psych. It's been so long and I love that show. And I don't know whether I saw the final season or not. Like, I think I saw most of it. But I saw it in that way where somebody had burnt it onto like writable DVDs for me. So I had like a whole bunch of loose discs that I would just pop into my PlayStation 3 to watch Psych, that he got video files from who knows where. And that's how I saw Psych. So I don't think I saw the final season. But that is such a good show. Somebody pointed out that it's kind of, or intentionally, an adaptation of Sherlock Holmes. And I don't know whether they were like saying that's what it felt like, or if that was the intention of the show itself. Because I fully understand what they mean. It makes perfect sense. But I don't know whether it's like, oh yes, we fully wrote the show with the intention of it being Sherlock Holmes or not. Because I can kind of see it, but also that was a wild revelation to me. It reminds me of a story I heard from a coworker at a college job I had. Trash talking his buddy. Had someone come to his door, let him in. It was the police. They were called in for a potential domestic dispute. They saw instead it was just a game of Mario Kart. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like League of Legends. That's like the first game that came into mind. Never played it myself, but I'm very aware of its reputation and what it does to people. During the time of the Platinum Edition DVD, they were really good at covering Little Mermaid's evolution from an aesthetic standpoint. Once you know who Kay Nielsen is, the success of The Little Mermaid in trying so strong to the company's great storytelling traditions makes all of the sense. I think I have the Diamond Edition. I've got the Blu-ray, but then I also have the Diamond Edition DVD. So I'll have to check the special edition, the special features on it. I should check the special features on both. I've got mush mouth at the moment. I really should drink more water. But I should check that out. Because I've got them. I just need to watch them. And like I said, I've also got the documentary on Howard himself, which I definitely want to watch. I found an interview with him that was done on the radio. I don't know if it was like on the red carpet or something. A very, very small interview. It was like 30 seconds, so it was like in passing. And Howard Ashman was saying that he hates everything he makes and everything he's involved with. And I was like, oh, mood. Oh, here's my water. Okay. For those not in the know, I drink sparkling water. I don't drink still water. Ah! So that explains that. Okay, I've hydrated and also watered my carpet. So, the water was angry today. I like my water to fight back when I drink it. I like my water with a bit of spice. Thanks for the heads up. I didn't think it was gonna explode. I thought you guys would just hear the bottle hiss and be like, you're not drinking water. I didn't expect it to just like spray the entire vicinity, but there you go. But yeah, I should check the extra features on my Little Mermaid DVDs and Blu-rays. And the thing is, right, if I struggle to find like concept art for it, I can at least burn the discs, because I do have an external disk drive. So I would just need to like find a burning software, which I think VLC can do that. I believe VLC can rip discs, if I can remember correctly. CPuff, I like sparkling water. The water attacks. I hate that that's exactly what happened as well. It's good though. But the thing is, I'm trying to drink less soda. I drank Pepsi tonight because, you know, I need the caffeine spike. So my compromise to get myself to drink less soda is to drink sparkling water instead. To like trick my brain into thinking it's drinking something far more exciting than it actually is. It works to a certain degree, but I still buy soda every now and again, so. Other fun fact, Disney chose to world premiere at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Whether this was out of genuine faith or because their usual choice of venue were taken, I don't know. That's interesting, because that's very strange that they wouldn't use the Chinese theater. Because that's what they usually use, right? No, they use the Royale, I think. They use the Royale these days because they own it and it's connected to a Disney store. To like when you go into the Royale, I think you can walk into it, but when you exit the theater, you have to exit through the Disney store. So it's really funny. I wanted to go see a movie at the Royale when I was in LA last time, but I think it was what was it showing? It was 2017. So I don't think it was a Disney movie I was specifically interested in. Disney movie 2017. Okay, it wasn't Coco. No, it wasn't Olaf. It might have been Cars. I think that's what it was. I think it was like Cars or something. And I'm like, I'm not paying an exorbitant amount of money to watch Cars in the theater. Like Cars 3 or whatever it was. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. I'm here for the Los Angeles experience, but I'm not doing that. Okay, I just want to add a little bit of definition to these guys. Mainly Eyja. I think I drew Eyja a little dark. Let me lighten her up a bit. Yeah, see, that's much better. And I'll just add some basic, essentially cheating, I suppose. Just grab this brush. And then it's a bit light. Do that. Yes. Do that. Do that. Do that. And then I'll do it a little bit darker. Do that. And just do that. Do that. And then we use the blending tool, which is my new favorite tool. to kind of blend everything together and just kind of gives it a little bit of dimension. There we go. And we'll do this. Oh, I actually do it to the fur as well. Otherwise, it looks very flat. I was asking who would be Freddie Mercury's Pokemon team, but I think this is actually Freddie Mercury's Pokemon team. Like, this is his team right here. I don't know whether the Shyman is his team or what he sent his Pokemon out to attack so you could catch it. I'm not sure what's going on here, to be honest. The El Capitan, which they now own. Oh, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I heard recently that Disney somewhere has set up a display with animatronics of Walt on display. It's amazing. Yeah, a little color shift. You know what, the Walt animatronic, I actually don't mind that as a concept because it sounds creepy and weird, but then you remember like Walt at the World Fair, he did the Abraham Lincoln animatronic because Walt he was like super patriotic and he wanted to give people the illusion that they were listening to the real Abraham Lincoln giving a speech. So he made the animatronic to be as lifelike as possible. So in a weird, bizarre, screwed up way, I can see them making an animatronic of Walt Disney like in the same vein. Like, it's a weird idea that I can see Walt himself actually kind of being into. Like, I can see Walt himself being like, you know what, that's kind of dope. I'm into that. Is it cheating if the design comes out more awesome? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Speaking of Pokemon design, though, I'm just thinking of him a lot because I've been watching his videos. I was rewatching Radical Soda's Pokemon designs he did for like a fake region, which he has no plans of actually making. But I really, really like those videos. It made me like semi-interested in trying to design a Pokemon region myself. Thing is, I don't play Pokemon. I'm not like a huge Pokemon fan. And character design from scratch is not exactly my forte. But I thought it might be a cool idea to design a Pokemon region, for lack of a better word, where every single Pokemon is like based on a paleo creature. Not just dinosaurs. I'm talking like you can have like a Hallucigenia inspired Pokemon. You can have a Anomalocaris inspired Pokemon. And then you can have things like the dinosaurs, like you can have a Parasaurolophus Pokemon and things like that. But then you can also have things like the giant dragonfly, I forget its name. And you can have like the Mega Sloth Pokemon. Like an entire region that's just paleo creatures. Because I thought that would be really, really cool. Jurassic Park Pokemon, let's go. Every single time I see the word Jurassic Park, I think about that one Tumblr post that was like, they could have fixed everything if they made Tyrassic Park. Because it would just be like a bunch of sea creatures that were the size of like a poodle at most. And you would like Anomalocaris and things, and you would just pet them and nobody would die. And so every single time I see the word Jurassic Park, I just think of Tyrassic Park. As if that's a real thing that exists. And I was kind of also thinking about that with the Pokemon region. I'm like, you could do an entire Pokemon region of the Jurassic period specifically, or like pre-Jurassic period. But then every single Pokemon would just be some variation of shrimp. So, which, I mean, it could work, but I don't think there's enough variation there. That's the problem. Mega Neura was also a Gamera monster. Which one? Like, which Gamera, specifically? Telemonstrum Pokemon, let's go! I see your comments on his videos sometimes. Yeah, that's the one thing I'm a little scared about. As I'm slowly creeping up in sub numbers, is I'm very scared people are going to see me, like, comment on random things. and they'll be like, oh, CPUF watches this content? That's cringe. But then again, I think of that Tumblr post where it's like, I saw you at the Devil's Sacrament. It's like, girl, what were you doing at the Devil's Sacrament? So, the Heisei era, I'm not as familiar with the Heisei Gameras. Mainly because most of the Gameras I've seen, I watched them first through Mystery Science Theater. So I'm like way more familiar with Showa Gamera. Like the really, really silly ones. If I see you comment somewhere, I'm 10% going to like it. I'm watching it too, so I would not judge you. Yeah, I'm only thinking like the lolcow stuff I sometimes watch, because it's very, very easy to put on somebody talking about some of the lolcow's recent shenanigans while I'm working, because I don't need to absorb any information. I just need to sit there and go, wow, that's crazy. And then I'll leave a comment that's like, wow, I can't believe this person did this crazy thing. That's wild. And I'm always worried, like, people are going to see this and be like, wow, I can't believe, like, CPUF indulges in, like, garbage YouTube while she's working. And it's like, bro, you don't understand. And with you being perceived as a general anxiety, yeah. It's like, ugh, I thought CPUF had good taste, and instead she's watching garbage. Which is very funny. It's like, I also watch Velma for a living. There we go. But yeah, like I said, mentioning Velma, I'm trying to decide what to do after that, because I've got like at least 3 options in terms of stuff I want to cover. Maybe 4 if you include Daikon. But Daikon, as I've said before, I won't be able to monetize that video because there's just no way to talk about Daikon 4 without including the music. And the music is by Electric Lights Orchestra. And, you know, is super copyrighted. And I don't feel like talking about it and not including the music. So that's just something where I'm just going to have to take the L and spend a lot of time researching and a lot of time editing it together. And then I'll just be like, hey, heads up, you know, subscribe or something like that. Because, yeah, there's just no way to monetize a video like that. But then I see things like Super Eyepatch Wolf, who did that amazing video recently about WWE. And he says in the video itself, he's like, yeah, WWE is not going to let me monetize this video. And the video is like almost 3 hours long. And it's like, my man stood here and did a 3-hour video with extensive research, knowing he wouldn't be able to monetize it. So, you know, you can do that. That is a viable thing you can do for a YouTube video. Plus, it's just a topic I want to talk about because I love Daikon 4. It's like one of my favorite things of all time. It's so good. And I'm actually kind of glad I put off talking about it for such a long time, because very, very recently, like I'm talking about last year, there unearthed footage of the actual 1983 Sci-Fi Expo in, I think it was Kyoto, right? Yeah, it's Kyoto, it's not Tokyo. There unearthed footage of the actual sci-fi convention of people watching the screening of Daikon 4 for the very first time. Like, there is actual footage of the Japanese audience seeing it. And it was footage that I had desperately wanted to see. And I was like, there's no way that exists. I'm never going to be able to see people's initial reaction to Daikon 4 because that's just not possible for that footage to exist. And then it did. And it unearthed itself on the internet. And it's like one of the best things I've ever seen. So I'm kind of happy that I just waited so long, because now I can include that footage because it's so good. Well, when you have 2 million subs, thousands of income via Patreon, and your own clothing line, yes, then you can make a WWE video. I mean, fair. Excuse me. I mean, that's fair. You can basically do what you want. I really want to talk about Daikon 4. That's basically all it is. I love Daikon 4 and I want to talk about it. Especially because if you like look it up on YouTube, there's like one or two people who've spoken about it. And well, there's more than one or two, but like, I don't know. I don't feel like there's a video that's really talked about it in depth. And I know Mother's Basement made a video about it like 7 years ago or something, but he doesn't really talk about it. He basically just breaks down what happens in the film. And it's a short film, right? It's like a music video. So all he does is do the and then this happened and then this happened. And then that's his entire video on Daikon 4. And because he wanted to monetize the video, he doesn't include the music at all. And that's like the most popular video that exists on YouTube about Daikon 4. And I just feel that's like a crying shame because there's so much you can talk about regarding it. And I just feel like nobody's really done that. And I see that when people talk about Daikon 4, their views don't really do well. And I don't know whether that's an algorithm thing or if people just really aren't interested in Daikon 4. But the thing is that there are people who will watch things that they never knew existed, and that video will get like to 1 million views. And it'll just be because the video is interesting. And I'm at the point now where I've just stopped trying to guess what does well in the algorithm. Outside of like making a good looking thumbnail, I don't really try and think like, oh, how will this do in the algorithm? You know, apart from like, okay, well, nice thumbnail, catchy title, and that's about as far as I think about it, quite frankly. Shaimin looks like a little tater with a green toupee. Not your art, just in general. Shaimin has a good design, but apparently the Pokemon itself is not very great. I don't know enough about Pokemon to know the details as to why. I just know that a lot of people don't really like it. But I think it has something to do with the movie or something where the Pokemon in the movie is just kind of really unlikable. So a lot of people don't like Shaimin because of that. As far as I could understand, at least. So is there anything else that I need to add here? I think I covered everything. Let me just get rid of the reference images. Where are you? Oh, they're on the flat layer. Okay, of course they are. That's fine. Just get rid of them this way. Ta-da! There we go. I can like put some grass over them so they're not hovering in the grey void at least. Let's make this white. Oh no, where'd Freddy go? There we go. And we'll just throw down some grass. Because I have some grass brushes, so I don't need to do too much thinking for that. Oh, well, we'll do this. Do that. And then we can do this. Grab this. Oops. We just do this. And then we can put some shadows underneath them and we'll call it a night. Filter, blur, motion blur, I think. Yeah. There we go. Just turn the opacity down a bit. There we go. Ta-da! And just move this to... Okay, there we go. And finito. And it didn't even take 5 hours. Okay, chat, what is Trainer Freddie Mercury saying? I don't know. I can't even think of like a funny quip. Like I'm not witty enough to pull out an idea that fast. Base Shaimin isn't all that. Skyform is one of the most obnoxious things ever made, as its main strategy is spamming flinch. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I can see that being annoying. I honestly forget that the Skyform exists. I don't know why. The Skyform, it's not really an inspired design, is it? it's like a different flavor of what's that one Pokemon's name? The waifu one. I'm really tired. Chat, what is the name of the waifu Pokemon? I want to see if anybody knows what I'm talking about, because that'd be very funny. I am the champion. You know what? That's exactly what he'd be saying. Gardevoir. Exactly. I love that chat knew exactly what I meant. But yeah, the Skyform, it's kind of just the Gardevoir design in a different flavor. If you know what I mean. Like, maybe it's just the color use that makes me think of it. But like, it seems so similar to Gardevoir in that way. Lopunny, good guess. But no, it was Gardevoir. Gardevoir is the like waifu Pokemon because in the Pokedex it says things like, oh, she will be super devoted to her trainer, and she will live to make her trainer happy, and like her Mega Form's design is based off a wedding dress and all of that. Yeah, it's a lot. Like, I don't mind if Pokemon appeals to a certain demographic, but when Pokemon itself leans into purposefully pandering towards a certain demographic, that's when I start raising an eyebrow, right? It's like, it's fine if Pokemon is just being Pokemon and certain people like specific Pokemon, but it's another thing when Pokemon is like purposefully making a specific Pokemon for an audience. It reminds me of like when MatPat tried to design a Pokemon that Markiplier would say smash to. And then he showed it to Markiplier, and Markiplier just said pass and ended the video. Like, that is the exact vibe I get. It's like the exact vibe of that. And did you see the Joker Batman Lopunny video? No, I have not. The ads for the life-size Gardevoir plush were like just that. Oh, I need to watch that and like cringe myself out of existence. See, this is how I end up watching things like Velma. I hear about an awful Gardevoir Pokemon commercial, and my first reaction is, I need to see that. Yeah, the time they sold life-size stuffed figures of Gardevoir. Yeah, the thing is, right, I'm saying this as the person who owns the Garrus Vicarian Dakimakura. But in my defense, the reason I own the Garrus Vicarian Dakimakura is because it's an official BioWare product. And I can't get over the fact that BioWare, the actual BioWare company, made a Garrus Vicarian Dakimakura. That, oh, you think the feed died? Oh, hold on. I'm talking about, the feed didn't want to hear about me talking about the Garrus Vicarian Dakimakura. Oh no, okay, it did die. Are we good? We good? Okay. It was on your end? Okay. No, I was saying the stream did not want to hear about me talking about the Garrus Vicarian Dakimakura. But I am the person, in case it died when the connection dropped, I'm the person who owns the Garrus Vicarian Dakimakura. But the reason I own it is because it's an official BioWare product. And it is hilarious to me that the actual BioWare made a Garrus Vicarian Dakimakura. That is hilarious. And it's so funny to me. Like, if it was just like some fan on Etsy making Garrus Vicarian Dakimakuras, I wouldn't get one, because whatever, right? Oh, a fan made a body pillow of a character, okay. But the fact that it's like an official piece of merchandise is hilarious to me. That is so funny. And I'm very angry because it cost me like $100 to ship it to my country. And now BioWare has a Blasto Dakimakura, and I want it so badly. But thankfully, I've already got the Garrus one, so I've done the joke. I've done the meme, and I've got my funny joke product. I don't need to spend another like $180 to get the Blasto Dakimakura. Did they have a Tally one? I don't know. They don't have one at the moment. They've got Rex and they've got Blasto. And I really want the Blasto one because that's funny. It's like one of the funniest things I've ever heard. My point is, I don't know how much I should laugh at the God of War life-size plushie, but the Garrus Dakimakura, I'm pretty sure, at least to some degree, is meant to be a joke. And I say that because there's a Rex Dakimakura and there's a Blaster Dakimakura. So there's a joke there, right? It's a meme. It's supposed to be funny. Well, but when Pokemon does the life-size God of War plush, I don't think they're doing it as a joke, you know? And I'm not gonna like shame the people who buy it. That's not my problem. My problem is not with the customer. My problem is with Pokemon and like leaning into that kind of thing, because I feel that's a very slippery slope. The best thing really I find that a company can do is like be aware that that fan base exists, but don't specifically market to them, right? Be happy that you have a dedicated fan base like that, but don't sit there and be like, yeah, we're going to make a Pokemon that specifically caters to that market. Because then you're like zeroing in on a very, very specific subsect of your audience. And the rest of your audience is going to be like, what the hell? And it becomes kind of weird. Now that you've got me thinking of Chin Pokemon. Wasn't Blasto a joke that the dev team decided to canonize? Probably. I'm not too sure about the behind the scenes things, but Blasto is a wonderful character who I absolutely adore. And I love that Blasto exists. I love that you can basically listen to the entire Blasto movie in the game if you know the right billboard to stand next to. And I love that it's really funny. And I love the whole bullshit you do with Blasto in the DLC. And I love that they are now selling a Dakimakura of Blasto. That is hilarious, and I love it. And like I said, I would get it, but thankfully I already have the Garrus one, so I don't need another one. I don't really have space for like another Dakimakura, especially as like a joke, right? If I didn't have the Garrus one, I would go for it, but I have the Garrus one, and that's enough. Yeah, this one doesn't have time for your solid waste excretions. There's so many good lines. My favorite is like Blasto's partner that he gets signed up with in the movie. And it's very obvious that the Elcor playing his partner is not a good actor, because every single line of dialogue, he uses the tone indicator with badass fully. And that's every single line of dialogue. Every line he says, he indicates that he says it the exact same way. And the joke is just that this Elcor is obviously a very bad actor. And again, the entire joke and the entire humor of the package going around there, it's like a layered joke. There's so many layers to the humor going on here. And I love it. And it's one of those jokes that rewards you if you know enough about Mass Effect to like understand like the Elcor is a bad actor. And like the Elcor sister, who every single line she says, she tone indicates with coquettishly. That's also really good. I'm just talking about Mass Effect again. Welcome to my stream. $100 shipping cost for a body pillow. Yeah, it was rough. I tried to use like an American mailbox, so that when I buy it from the BioWare store, I don't pay $80 for shipping. So I used an American mailbox, and then they couriered it to me. And then the second it landed in South Africa, the courier service phoned me and they're like, hey, you've got a buy payment of like 1,000 Rand, which is $100. And then I ended up paying more than if I just bought it directly from the BioWare store. And it really sucked. Art stream scuff, Disney and Mass Effect. It's a CPUF stream, yeah. I'm very predictable that way. Remember there was a passing news brief about an Elcor serial killer in Mass Effect. I remember something like that, but I can't remember where you hear that in the game. I have to go hunting for it, because just the idea of that is fascinating. Really, really, really interesting to see. Like, if they had done more with that, That would be really good. That's the kind of like background lore details I really like. I haven't played it yet, but I did actually end up buying Red Dead Redemption 2. And I'm very excited to play it because I really like the Rockstar thing of like dropping strange side quests and like lore details which don't really connect to anything. They're just interesting in their own right. Like, but Rockstar does with their games what Bethesda wishes they could do with Fallout. Because Bethesda thinks interesting environmental storytelling is putting skeletons around. And that's about it. That's about the extent of how Bethesda does environmental storytelling. And then you have Rockstar. And the way that they do environmental storytelling is so interesting, and they do it in such bizarre ways where they incorporate so much. And the more you know about the game and the more you know about the characters, the more you appreciate the environmental storytelling. I watch a newer YouTuber called Gator Keys, who makes like explained videos, like the so-and-so urban legend explain. It's all about Rockstar stuff, mainly GTA. And he's great because he's very no nonsense. He's like, yeah, this mystery that everybody keeps talking about in Grand Theft Auto 5, yeah, here's exactly what it means. And there's like a running meme on his channel that he's actually a Rockstar employee and he's just tired of people getting the game wrong. So he came and made a YouTube channel and he just explains everything. Anyway, my point is, with the one character in GTA 5 who's like very into movies, a lot of the Easter eggs where you play as him tie directly into real movies that exist. And I just think that's very interesting. So an Alcor serial killer, that's fascinating, and that's something I wish BioWare would have like broadened into a larger story, because that would have been really, really interesting, and I would have liked to play that, or at least like read about it or something. But I'm gonna start saying good night. So thanks for hanging out, guys. Despite my internet being a burning garbage fire this week, we managed to do an entire stream and not have the connection drop. So explain that one to me. How do I have a stream where my internet is garbage for like a week? And I'm like, oh shit, the stream is going to be so bad. It's always kind of scuffed, but it's going to be really bad this week. And then we do a stream, and yeah, the connection kind of dips here and there, but we keep going. I don't get it. It's the end of tourist season. No, tourist season is just beginning. It's getting hotter and we're creeping up towards Christmas. This town is going to be a nightmare in about a month. We get like 20,000 tourists over the Christmas break because I live in a beach town, and in South Africa, Christmas is summer. So you get everybody who gets a Christmas holiday coming to the beach. And they all come from the states, which are not the states, the provinces which don't have oceans. So you get like an influx of 20,000 people for 2 weeks in a town who usually only has about, I don't know, like 50,000 people. Like we basically double in population for like 2 weeks, and it's awful because the town does not have the infrastructure for that many people. We don't have the parking space. We don't have accommodation. We don't have anything. We don't have the internet power to power that many people all at once. Freddie Mercury protects me. Maybe, you know what? Maybe you guys are right. Maybe that's why the stream was fine. Is because Freddie Mercury watched over us and made sure that nothing bad happened. He made sure that the stream would survive. So we thank him all for it. But I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to guzzle the rest of my water now that it's spat all over my carpet. So hopefully it won't do that again. And I'm going to watch... What am I going to watch? I don't think I'll watch Knights of Guinevere tonight because I want to focus on it and actually have coherent thoughts. I'm not gonna watch the Homestuck pilot, which I didn't even talk about really this stream. I was thinking we were gonna talk about Homestuck for like the entire stream and like my opinions on Homestuck and its writing as somebody who did not read it when it was coming out and read it after the fact, and like what I think the pilot could do. But we didn't even mention it. I think I mentioned the Homestuck pilot once, and then it was never brought up again because I was yapping about Pokemon, a game I do not play. So there's a Homestuck series. Yeah. What's Vivzy Pop's studio name? Hobby Horse? What's it called? Anyway, she put out a trailer for the Homestuck pilot a few months ago, and literally an hour before I went live, they dropped the pilot. It's 11 minutes long. Toby Fox does the voice for John Egbert. And the reason why is because Toby Fox did the voice for John Egbert in the original comic, like way before he became famous and way before he made Undertale. He did some voices for the Homestuck comic, and he did a lot of music. Like, Megalovania originally came from the Homestuck comic. It didn't come from Undertale. So he's in the trailer, and it was very funny. A spindle horse? Thanks. It was very funny because a lot of people who have like a hate boner for Vivzy Pop were like, no, Toby Fox, why are you throwing in with evil Vivzy? Don't you know she had a Nazi OC? And people are like, guys, he helped make Homestuck. He was like one of the main people who were helping make Homestuck. He was living on what's his face? I forget his name. He was living on his couch for like 2 years while they were making Homestuck together. Of course he's gonna voice John Egbert. He's always voiced John Egbert. Anyway, so that dropped an hour before I went live. I'll probably check that out tomorrow as well. I might just keep watching Radical Soda's Pokemon video. I watched it through once already, but I might keep watching it because I really like his style of videos. I like how he has a lot of art and animation in his video. I wish I could do as much animation as he does in his videos, but he's just very good at simplification, which I'm very bad at. I just do too much details to do that kind of art for like a 9-hour video. Homie yuck. More like Homestuck. Hey, 80-year-old man. I infect you with secondhand Pokemon opinions. And now my connection is saying error, so I'm going to call it there. Where's my music? Stop the Morrowind lo-fi beats. Turn the volume up. Go here. Oh, let me just make it like this. No, not flip it. There we go. And I'll go to the end screen. Where is it? I can't find anything. Oh, here we go. And transition. And I will see you guys next month. I'm very glad the stream went well. And I'm going to end with this music because I didn't really know what to end the stream with. I was struggling to find music today. So here you go. And I wonder why YouTube hit the donate button. I'm not sure. Maybe because it's a stream and not a video. Who knows? But I'll let you guys know as soon as I'm done with movie production and I can get back to like proper video editing. Because I really want to get back to it. As you can hear, I have a lot of ideas. A lot of things I want to cover. I'm very excited to talk about things. And I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.